The Psychology of Dreams by William Sebastian Walsh, M.D., originally published in 1920, edited for modern English in 2021 by Benjamin Davidson, DreamWizard. Chapter 11. Nightmare. And as when heavy sleep has closed the sight, the sickly fancy labors in the night, we seem to run, and destitute of force, our sinking limbs forsake us in the course. In vain we heave for breath, in vain we cry, the nerves unbraced their usual strength deny, and on the tongue the faltering accents die. Aeneid, Book 12, Virgil. Of all the distressing, terrifying experiences which may be the lot of man, nightmare is probably the worst. As Macnish says, quoting, "This affection, the ephialtes of the Greeks and the incubus of the Romans, is one of the most distressing to which human nature is subject. Imagination cannot conceive the horrors it frequently gives rise to, or language describe them in accurate terms. They are 1,000 times more frightful than the visions conjured up by necromancy or diablerie, and far transcend everything in history or romance, from the fable of the writhing asp-encircled Laocoon to Dante's appalling picture of Ugolino and his famished offspring, or the hidden tortures of the Spanish Inquisition. The whole mind, during the paroxysm, is wrought up to a pitch of unutterable despair. A spell is laid upon the faculties, which freezes them into inaction, and the wretched victim feels as if pent alive in his coffin, or overpowered by resistless and immitigable pressure." Unquote. This affliction has occupied attention from early times. Hippocrates, for instance, refers to it and to somnambulism in his work on the sacred disease, epilepsy. Quoting, "I have known many persons in sleep groaning and crying out, some in a state of suffocation, some jumping up and fleeing out of doors, and deprived of their reason until they awaken, and afterward becoming well and rational as before, although they may be pale and weak. And this will happen not once, but frequently." Unquote. Hippocrates thought that nightmare was caused by excessive bile and dryness of the blood. Bond, in his essay on the incubus or nightmare, written in 1753, describes the chief characteristics of the attack very well. Quoting, "The nightmare generally seizes people sleeping on their backs, and often begins with frightful dreams, a violent oppression of the breast, and a total privation of voluntary motion. In this agony they sigh, groan, utter indistinct sounds, and remain in the jaws of death, till by the utmost efforts of nature, or some external assistance, they escape out of that dreadful torpid state. As soon as they shake off that vast oppression, and are able to move the body, they are affected with a strong palpitation, great anxiety, languor, and uneasiness, which symptoms gradually abate, and are succeeded by the pleasurable reflection of having escaped such imminent danger." Unquote. Not only does one feel overcome during the attack, but often throughout the following day. It is succeeded by a feeling of dread, exhaustion, depression, and there may be headache or pains in the extremities. As with other unpleasant dreams, nightmare may cast a gloom over all the day's activities. The suffering in the paroxysm is so intense that those who experience it more or less often may dread going to sleep. Instances are recorded of individuals who, rather than go to bed, have spent night after night in their chairs. There are 3 pathognomic symptoms of nightmare, though the intensity of each may vary. The first is agonizing dread. The second, a sense of oppression or weight in the chest. The third, a conviction of helpless paralysis. While in such an unhappy state, the individual seems helplessly lost and a victim of various fiendish tortures. He seems to be buried beneath innumerable heavy rocks. He is lost in a dark, dank, subterranean passage. He is jammed as if in a knot-hole. He is hanging from a precipice. He is pursued by lions, tigers, snakes, witches, or other horrible creatures much beyond his powers of description. The nature of the dream which is present in nightmare differs with the individual. Some persons have the same dream when they have nightmare. In others, the dream varies. It always produces terror, which naturally varies according to the horribleness of the dream. Generally, there is no escape once the dream has begun. Some individuals have claimed the power to abort nightmare. For instance, when the nightmare concerned itself with falling from precipices, they have voluntarily let go of the precipice, and it is claimed this robbed the dream of its terror. Dreams seem real to us, and for that reason we are unable to reason out their truth or falsity, or to prevent being affected by them. In some cases, it may be possible to suggest to oneself, before going to sleep, that the characters figuring in the dream are false, and so largely rob these creatures of their fear-inspiring qualities. Nightmare may occur in any period of sleep, though it is more frequent in the morning, especially after an extra long sleep and when one has gone to bed very fatigued. It is also of common occurrence during the first few hours of sleep. The hypnagogic state is favorable to it, especially in persons who are over-fatigued or who are in poor general health. Usually, the attacks occur at the same time in each individual. Probably everyone has experienced an attack of nightmare at some time. An occasional attack may not be of grave significance. Some persons have attacks often, and if for no other reason than that these attacks sap away their physical and mental vitality, should consult a competent medical psychologist in place of considering themselves dyspeptics. In persons of low vitality, there is danger of shock or hemorrhage. During the paroxysm, the blood pressure rises, and if the arterial walls are hardened, their rupture is possible. The effects of frequent nightmare on the body in general are those of vivid, unpleasant emotions, as indigestion, constipation, nervousness, etc. Many reasons have been given to explain nightmares. In other days, it was attributed to a spectre of the night, Mara, which seized men in their sleep and deprived them of speech and motion. It was also known as witch riding. In order to prevent attacks, it was once a custom to hang up hollow stones in stables. In the Middle Ages, the view prevailed that it was due to male imps, incubi, or female imps, succubi. And because the persons afflicted were supposed to have relations with these evil creatures, they were often burned at the stake. It is impossible to determine how many people have been put to death, often after undergoing horrible torture, because of the belief in possession by evil spirits. In his Extraordinary Popular Delusions, Mackay estimates that more than 40,000 people were burned at the stake for witchcraft during the 17th century. And, as most of us know, many peculiar signs were taken as indicative of infection by evil spirits, such as the evil eye, which was in many cases nothing more than what we call a squint today. If a person who betrayed signs of peculiarity showed an anesthetic portion of the skin, it was said to be due to the grasp of the devil, and this portion was called the devil's claw. Most of the persons who lost their lives in such ways were suffering from hysteria. In the popular mind, both posture in sleep and indigestion are regarded as the chief causes of nightmare. Generally, a person who has nightmares awakens to find himself sleeping on his back, and thus sleeping on the back has become regarded as a cause. That this sleep posture may be provocation of attacks is certain. It is possible, however, for attacks to occur no matter what the sleep posture. Practically identical attacks may take place when the person sleeps in the upright posture, and even when awake. The usual reason given to explain why sleeping on the back predisposes one to nightmare is that such a position allows the abdominal organs to press upon the large blood vessels of the abdomen, thus interfering with the flow of blood to and from the brain and other organs. Dyspepsia is by far the most commonly accepted explanation, just as it is the wont of most people to attribute all bad dreams to digestive disturbances. That these errors may play a part is true. Probably many of us are aware of the unquiet dreams to which heavy or late dinners may give rise. While many dyspeptics suffer from restless sleep, there are a great many other persons whose digestions are very good, who are more or less subject to anxiety dreams. When indigestion is considered a cause of nightmare, it is supposed to operate by distending the stomach, and this in turn pressing upon the diaphragm, lungs, and heart. Other physical disturbances are listed as etiologic factors, such as constipation, eye defects, heart and kidney diseases, etc. If these operate, they can do so only by the impression they make upon the brain. We may assume that nightmare is due to some profound impression made on the brain by some physical error. But if we do so, we are then at a loss to explain why nightmare should occur in persons who, as far as can be determined, are in good physical health. Being conservative, we must admit, therefore, that two factors are operating in promoting the disorder, namely, physical and mental. The mental causes of nightmare are many and varied. Possibly, the dream may concern itself with some terrifying experience or other unhappy incident that actually happened to the individual. Sometimes, tales of ghosts, murder, and other stories may instigate a terrifying dream, particularly in persons of an impressionable temperament, and especially when told or read near bedtime. In some instances, even in adults, terrifying dreams can be traced to fairy stories heard or read in childhood. The fear would be caused by the apparent actuality of the dream. For, as before stated, dreams appear to be very real, no matter how absurd they may be to waking reason. The palpitation of the heart and disturbed respirations can be traced to the effects of the emotions on the physical structures, and the paralysis or sense of helplessness to an awakening of the sensory centers prior to that of the motor centers. Not infrequently, the attack is due to the dream bringing to realization a wish or fear that has been repressed by waking consciousness. The wish or fear may be strong, so much so that it causes a conflict in the mind of the individual. We may define a mental conflict as a lack of harmony between two or more elements of mental life, a sort of antagonism between two ideas. To take a simple example, let us suppose that a person desires the good things of the world so much that a temptation to steal is evolved. This temptation could not be yielded to, at least not by a person of integrity. The temptation is, therefore, pushed back from consciousness and repressed. It will not be tolerated in consciousness. However, the desire is strong. Likewise, the forces opposing its gratification. This produces an unrest which disturbs the individual. For one reason or another, a dream is instigated in which the person seems to steal, and, conscious of the impropriety of the act, he is greatly troubled. Mental conflicts may be concerned with many things. In fact, with any strong desire which the individual opposes. If the opposed desire meets with fulfillment in a dream, it will usually cause distress. Some writers trace nightmare to erotic sources. In such cases, we may conceive that some physical stimulus or other cause promotes a dream in which erotic thoughts, wishes, or fears appear to be in danger of fulfillment, and the distress is caused because sleeping consciousness recognizes the nature of the dream and antagonizes it. If we look upon nightmare as due to many causes, such as childhood experiences, unpleasant incidents in later life, or mental conflicts of one kind or another, we will be covering its etiology without bias. A point which causes some individuals to ponder is why they should experience so much concern in dreams over incidents which would not trouble them in the least in waking life. Often the things that frighten in the dream are judged very insignificant by waking reason. Various reasons might be given. For example, we might say that the reasoning powers available to waking life are absent or feeble in dreams. But in many instances, the cause is that sleeping consciousness rightly interprets the significance of the dream, and the thoughts on which it was built. In other words, sleeping consciousness understands the symbolism of the dream. When one awakens, there is a transition to another consciousness, which does not or does not want to comprehend the significance of the dream. Further, if attempting to ascertain the thoughts underlying the dream, we ask the person to tell all the ideas that came to mind in association with the various elements of the dream, we would find a reluctance on his part to continue after a time. This would be because the individual does not wish to reveal the dream thoughts, since they are opposed to his nature, or they cause disquiet in other ways. This reluctance is technically known as resistance, and is not uncommon when one tries to explore the mental realm. It may be asked why more people are not subject to nightmare, considering how impossible it is not to have had an unpleasant experience, or desires or fears which must be repressed. We may attribute this to the fact that it is only when the repressed thoughts are very strong that nightmare is apt to be frequent. Being of a strong emotional tone, they are easily awakened by slight physical or other stimuli, or they may easily force their way into sleeping consciousness when sleep slackens the repressing powers of the waking state. Occasional attacks may be due to physical stimuli promoting a dream somewhat similar to the nature of the stimulus, or the dream may, by association, awaken a terrifying experience, if only an imaginary one. Some individuals are susceptible to disturbing dreams just as certain people are susceptible to particular physical ills. We should not think that it is only nervous persons who are subject to nightmare, though these persons are probably more predisposed than others because of their emotional life. Nightmare may happen to anyone. Should it become habitual, it is best considered as evidence of some powerful idea or experience in need of removal. In many cases, the characters and incidents figuring in nightmare seem absurd. However, they are not as absurd as they seem to be. Analysis will show that the dream figures and incidents are identifiable with waking experiences, in which we include thoughts. As before stated, all our experiences and thoughts are conserved in the mind. However secret, new or old, repulsive or agreeable, even if thought of for but a moment, all our thoughts are preserved. In the unconscious mind, they are card-catalogued and placed in their proper niches. Thoughts that have a similarity, or which appear related to one another, are available in a moment. If we once thought of a certain person as a monkey, our dream might make use of this thought, and a monkey might pursue us, talking or acting like a human being. Or it might have a monkey's head on a human body, or show other traits along with traits of the human it was identified with. The point is that the characters figuring in nightmare are usually composites of our thoughts. Usually we will be unable to recall having noted any similarity between the various creatures of which the dream character is a composite, but the unconscious mind never forgets. The treatment of nightmare has run the gamut of medical science. It has been recommended that the head be scarified, or the ankles bled, male peony, and many other things taken. The advice given long ago by Robert Burton in his famous Anatomy of Melancholy is still made use of by many. Quoting, "Against fearful and troublesome dreams, incubus, and such inconveniences wherewith melancholy men are molested, the best remedy is to eat a light supper, and of such meats as are easy of digestion, no hare, venison, etc. Not to lie on his back, not to meditate or think in the daytime of any terrible objects, or especially talk of them before he goes to bed." Unquote. Since disturbed states of the body may predispose to unquiet dreams, one who is aware of a physical disturbance should seek its correction. Also, if personal experience shows that certain foods or combinations of foods, especially when eaten near bedtime, cause sleep disturbances, such should, of course, be avoided. As before stated, an occasional nightmare is of no moment. It is frequent attacks that require attention. When attacks are frequent, and attention to diet and the usual medicinal agents fail, we are quite safe in attributing the disorder to mental rather than physical sources. At this point, it may be well to call the reader's attention to the fact that just because one's troubles are said to be mental, this does not by any means imply that the individual is insane or apt to be. There are countless troubles due to disturbing thoughts which will never cause insanity. There is a very great difference between the insane person and the so-called nervous person, who worries, who has countless fears of which he is ashamed and of which he tells no one. If we read the lives of the great persons, past and present, we will find that many of them suffered from strange fears or idiosyncrasies, and yet they were able to continue their work and make the world better for their having lived. The fear of insanity is the lot of practically every nervous person, but there is no reason for it. There is little danger of the nervous individual becoming insane. In fact, with proper treatment, the chances of being restored to perfect mental and physical health are greater than the development of insanity. When nightmare is frequent, prevention of sleeping on the back may be useful as a palliative measure. This may be done by wearing a knotted band of cloth about the abdomen, so fixed that the knot presses lightly on the lower spine. Or a hard substance, as a baseball, may be sewed into the cloth and applied in the same way. The best advice, however, is that the individual consult a competent medical psychologist, so that the experience which is responsible for the trouble may be discovered. Medical psychologists have several methods by which these forgotten experiences may be brought to light. And in many cases, all that is necessary for the cure is bringing the experience into consciousness. Once the individual understands the nature of the experience or mental conflict, it is not apt to trouble him further, or, in understanding it, he will know, or will be instructed in, the means by which recurrence may be avoided. In another place, mention has been made of a motor paralysis following sleep. This is sometimes called partial nightmare. The senses are awake, but the ability to move or talk is abeyant. Generally, there is no knowledge of an unpleasant dream. When the person finds his power of motion gone, he usually becomes frightened, which causes palpitation of the heart and other fear reactions. Though seconds seem minutes, the power to move is restored in a short time. The condition is generally due to fatigue or a run-down physical condition. A shake or jar will, as a rule, bring the person out of an attack. If the person affected in this way pays no attention to it when it is upon him, or regards it indifferently, the ability to move will be restored more quickly, and fear reactions will be absent. Chapter 12. Night Terrors. Night terrors, or pavor nocturnus, comparable to the nightmare of adults, is a fairly common sleep disorder of childhood. It occurs between the 3rd and 7th year. One attack in the night is most common, though several may take place. The attacks may occur at intervals of a few days and continue indefinitely, or, as is generally the case, after a few attacks, the terrors disappear. In some instances, the terror is replaced by somnambulism, which may or may not be accompanied by fright, and which may last a number of years, even a lifetime, if the underlying cause is not removed. In the usual attacks of night terror, the child is awakened, or partly so, a few hours after going to sleep. Sometimes the night terror is experienced just as the child is falling asleep. There are evidences of a great fright, hurried respirations, sweating, trembling, increased heart action, etc. The child may remain in bed and endeavor to hide beneath the bedclothes, Or it may run about the room, striving to hide under bureaus, chairs, or the bed. It may cry out, so that the observer can comprehend that the child believes it is being pursued by an animal or other terrifying creatures. Or it may say something like, "I won't do it again," leading one to assume that the child is dreaming of being punished. After a few minutes, the child may be quieted, or it may be anxious enough to require the parent at the bedside, and sleep fitfully the remainder of the night. Generally, there is no remembrance of the attack on awaking in the morning, due probably to the child forgetting the dream. During the attack, the parents and others outside of the dream characters are not recognized. Parents are wont to attribute these attacks to bad dreams. That they represent vivid dreams is true, but to dismiss them lightly, especially when they occur often, is dangerous for the child's future health and happiness. We will take up this aspect of the problem further on. It is customary to assign two causes for night terrors, namely physical and mental. In the first, some physical error is held accountable. In the second, some terrifying experience, under which we include thoughts. If the child has had an unpleasant experience, well-marked physical disorders may awaken the experience and give rise to terror by producing a profound impression on the brain during sleep. If the experience has been particularly vivid, even slight physical disorders may awaken it. Usually, when we fear something in particular, we are apt to fear everything, and to quickly conclude that our fear is realized on the slightest provocation. As it is practically impossible to prevent children from daydreaming of the unpleasant and exaggerating their liability to danger, so well-marked physical impairments may easily instigate some unpleasant dream. Among physical disorders which may provoke night terrors are adenoids, enlarged tonsils, diseased teeth and gums, phimosis, constipation, and digestive troubles, all of which deserve attention. These may act in various ways. For example, adenoids and enlarged tonsils may interfere with breathing and may suggest suffocation. They also undermine the general health and render the child very impressionable or nervous. Eye strain unbalances the nervous system, and, as is well known, so-called bad dreams are fairly common when the nervous system is below par. Constipation, diseased gums, and rotten teeth may cause the terror by reason of the poisons to which they give rise. Phimosis may excite an unpleasant dream by reflexively exciting the nervous system or through local irritation. Errors of hygiene may be solely at fault, such as insufficient exercise, heavy bed clothing, poorly ventilated sleeping and living rooms, unsuitable diet, irregularity in eating, improper mastication, etc. Whether or not a physical cause is responsible for the attacks of night terror is a question which can be best determined by the physician. At any rate, a physical examination would not be profitless, even if it did not explain the nocturnal attacks. An unknown number of children are suffering from physical errors which receive no attention, and as a result are below par or regarded as peculiar, or victims of indefinable idiosyncratic disturbances. Probably more cases of night terror can be explained by mental than physical causes, and the most common cause is some fright which the child has experienced. The fright may have been occasioned by accident, as a fall, or, as is more usual, the fright may have been produced by an injudicious act on the part of the child's parents, instructors, or associates. Too many people still believe that the best way to teach the child is by making it fear. Those who are of this belief should bear in mind the words of Mosso, quoting, "Every ugly thing told to the child, every shock, every fright given him will remain like minute splinters in the flesh, to torture him all his life long." Unquote. If we were to consider the various ways in which the child may be frightened by reason of improper training, we would have need of a book on this subject alone. Here, space permits us to consider briefly but a few of the chief ways. One of these is allowing the child to read unsuitable books and by improper storytelling. We should not do away with fairy stories, as has been suggested, as these serve the same purpose to the child as a good novel does to the adult. However, in allowing such stories, much depends upon the nature of the child. Some children are more impressionable than others, and are wont to take as fact whatever they read, and whatever they are told, especially by those considered as authorities. These children are usually the so-called quiet children, who are different from their brothers and sisters. In these cases, if not in all, it may be well to explain why the story was written, to say that it was written for amusement and not because the characters really exist. Particularly harmful are the cheap paperback novels of ghosts, Indians, detectives, and similar stories, especially when told near bedtime. In telling stories, many people are unwise. Many misguided individuals seem to take particular delight in frightening children by describing Jack the Ripper, ghosts, murder, etc. Very much depends upon how one tells a story, no matter the kind. If we tell it with a serious mien, the child is apt to believe. But if we smile incredulously, the child is likely not to spend much time wondering about its veracity. Pictures, such as are found in some editions of Pilgrim's Progress, Dante's Inferno, etc., often cause terrifying dreams. They may also induce fears when the child is awake. For an instructive essay in this connection, the reader is referred to Charles Lamb's An Essay on Witches and Other Night Fears. A word about the influence of motion pictures as a cause of night terrors is justified. Many of the pictures displayed are not only questionable for adults, but particularly harmful for children, morally and otherwise. Fortunately, most theaters do not allow children to attend unless accompanied by an adult. But even so, the parent should first study the nature of the pictures to which he takes his child. Of course, one should choose such pictures as are interesting and instructive. One may think that the child does not understand problem pictures, yet the child is almost sure to ponder about them, and often to arrive at a false conclusion concerning them. Many cities have now special selected performances for children. This movement deserves encouragement. In an effort to correct children, many do more harm than good. Instead of pointing out truthfully, and in a manner that the child can understand, why a certain act must not be done, the grave consequence of doing something forbidden is dwelt upon. The child is told, probably, that it will be taken away by ghosts or kidnappers or whatnot. If the child has offended morally, he is often told that the devil will take him, that he will be given to tramps, or that his hands or other parts of his body will be cut off, etc. Often, these threats instigate dreams in which the promised punishment seems at hand. Doubtless, many children suffer only momentary fear from threatened punishment, but others take the threats to heart more than they seem to, and are caused much suffering by them. Surely, kindness is a better medicine than fear. And if parents could realize just how many adult phobias and other mental tortures originate from apparently insignificant childhood impressions, they would not be so indifferent or so careless as to what they say or do to their young charges. It is proper to bring up children to know God, but it is better by far to teach love of Him than fear of Him. Many overzealous teachers, victims themselves of a scrupulous nature and a highly developed imagination, seem to delight in picturing the tortures of hell, the nature of devils, etc. Acts that are really trivial are magnified and made heinous. The child is forever told just what it may and may not do. It is never permitted to decide for itself. It is given the teacher's conscience, and so develops into an adult who lacks judgment or decisiveness, and who, in addition to other unfortunate peculiarities, is a host of fears. A child naturally has primitive instincts, and is bent upon obtaining pleasure. In early life there is an amorality, an inability to separate right from wrong. Instruction is, therefore, necessary. However, children have a better comprehension than we credit them with. Consequently, the instructor should give a good reason why one act should replace the other. The superiority of right may be explained on a strictly religious basis, but it is quite advisable to point out the rewards of right in this world also. At any rate, the best results are not apt to follow if one tries to force the child to practice virtue solely through fear. To my mind, some of the effort of the clergy do not succeed as well as they might, especially in adults, because the instructions or sermons are too lofty, too idealistic, and make their appeal chiefly to the highly religious. The speaker soars to a far-away world, clothed in mystery, and rarely deals with the world which we see about us. It should be explained to the youth, for example, that a life free from undesirable indulgences, a life in accord with the laws of God and those of man, will tend to make him an upright, honest citizen, ensure his success and his happiness, guard him from loathsome diseases that cause such mental and physical torture, etc. He will have some present reason for heeding his instructor. In childhood, the instructor may proceed in a somewhat similar manner, namely, let the instruction show present and future rewards. It is important that the instructor does not draw upon his or her imagination, nor impart as absolute fact things which the majority, including theologians, do not regard as final truths. One may not mean to lie nor to deceive, yet should one do so, and should the child discover the falsity in later life, he is tempted to doubt many other things told him by the teacher. Confidence is not soon restored once lost. When a child loses confidence in a person, parent or not, distrust and lessened affection reign instead. There are, of course, some children who take advantage of kindness, and whose steps cannot be guided by it. should it become a matter of decision between the rod and direful threats in an effort to correct the child, the former is probably to be preferred. One should be cautious in using the rod, however. Sometimes those who believe in its effectiveness are so brutal as to make the child hate the chastiser, who is usually the parent. Since the parent represents authority to the child, a hate for all constituted authority may arise, which hate in adult life may be manifested by anarchistic and similar tendencies. It is also wise to be very careful about shutting children in dark rooms, dark cellars, and other lonely places. The fear that may be inspired in this way often lasts a lifetime. In adult life, that child may be betrayed by a fear of darkness, of closed spaces, of subways, etc. And, as is usually the case, the adult will have no idea that his phobia originated from a childhood impression. There are certain fears which are more or less natural or instinctive, which are for the purpose of self-preservation. They serve their intended purpose only when they are not carried to excess. Moderate fear quickens thought and action, renders one alert and on guard, tones the musculature for flight or defense. If a fear is excessive, it paralyzes thought, action, and will. It roots one to the ground, so to speak, blinds by overdilating the pupils, and in other ways incapacitates. Natural fears, the cause of which are generally known to consciousness, and which are common to the race, are thus protective. If they cause undue fear reactions, if they handicap rather than aid, they are pathological or morbid. Fears, the cause of which are hidden or unconscious, and which are not common to the race, are also morbid. Among the latter are the fear of being left alone, the fear that high things will fall, the fear of individuals or crowds, or the fear of closed places, etc. It is natural to fear the unknown, the unfamiliar, especially when the unknown produces mysterious effects which command our questioning attention. Once the unknown is explained, the fear it once inspired departs. Thus, among many examples, our forefathers feared eclipses. The northern lights were once considered symbolic of the wrath of the gods. With knowledge, these and similar fears were removed. A child is a small-sized, primitive man. It is ignorant of many things that we adults have learned by experience, and so it fears the unfamiliar, the unknown, such as thunder, darkness, the howling of winds, dark places like caverns, etc. But when childhood has passed, these fears should pass with it. Should they remain, they should be minor only. Yet we find many adults who are still prey to childhood fears. For example, a certain individual being anxious, afraid, and unhappy with the approach of every summer, simply due to a dread of storms. Not only would many adults be prevented from enduring fears that belong to childhood, but many children would be made more happy if the parent endeavored to remove or lessen the fears the child manifests. For example, if the child is taught the meaning of night and day, and is told that the night is not a time when ghosts and other creatures of superstition revel, fear of the dark will be lost. If the nature of thunder and lightning is pointed out, and the general harmlessness of both emphasized, the fear of the elements will disappear. The wise parent will seek out the nature of the fears the child may display, and instead of laughing at them, will explain them away in a language the child understands. But the parent should be mindful that unless she practices her teaching, the latter will not profit. Children are more prone to do as they see others doing, rather than as others say. If the parent manifests lack of self-control, or gives way to fears of any kind, the child is apt to succumb to the contagion. Moreover, it is folly to try to remove a child's fears if we are injudicious of conversation before the child. Yet the latest murder story, superstitious beliefs, family troubles, accidents, and other fear-inspiring topics are discussed, all of which the child absorbs consciously or unconsciously. If we must talk of the sordid world, the sensational happenings of the day, mysterious things of one kind or another, then let it not be in the presence of children. Childhood is usually a happy season, but there are some children, old for their years, who often take their parents' difficulties to heart, and secretly brood about them even more than the parents. A good example is afforded by Janet. This concerned a girl, aged 16, who kept turning her right wrist and regularly raising and lowering her right foot. At night, she had a sort of somnambulism, during which she tumbled and tossed in her bed and repeated aloud, "I must work, I must work," accompanied by the peculiar movements of the hand and foot. The condition was found due to the child's overhearing her parents bewailing their poverty, their inability to pay the landlord, which affected her much. The movements represented her trade, which was the peculiar one of making dolls' eyes. At her work she moved a lathe by treading a pedal with her foot and turning a flywheel with her right hand. The lesson to be drawn from this is that the domestic problems, as well as other problems pertaining to the world in general or the home in particular, should, if possible, not be discussed in the child's presence. Childhood should be playtime. The world has plenty of troubles, but these belong to adult life. If they are allowed to enter childhood's realm, it is doubtful if the child will ever be truly happy. Such are a few of the many ways in which mental impressions may be sources of night terrors. It may be argued that it is unnecessary to bring the child up in so protected a manner. This may be true in many cases. But we should remember that all children are not alike, and what one child quickly banishes from mind, another retains permanently. If the child had the ability to solve these mental problems like the adult, no harm would be done. But it is the tendency of the child to magnify everything, and to distort ideas that are out of the ordinary because of its immature reasoning powers. It is particularly the quiet or imaginative child that is in need of careful supervision. Usually, the oddities and fears of the quiet child are laughed at, which causes him to become more secretive and more the victim of fears and perplexities originating solely in his imagination. It is not to ward off night terrors alone that the child should be guarded from fear, and that its mental problems should be adequately solved, but also because experiences in childhood are frequently the sources of many fears and worries of adult life. It is not at all hard to find adults who are terrorized by open places or closed places, who fear ships, trains, animals, and countless other things. These fears seem absurd to normal people, and so also to the afflicted, yet the latter are controlled by them, and are at a loss to explain why they should be slaves to their ideas. We should constantly remember that everything we experience by way of the senses leaves some impression on the mind. Many of the impressions are indifferent and occasion no future trouble. Others may have some emotional tone, trivial in nature, which may instigate certain peculiarities as strong likes and dislikes, but none that produce mental pain. Others, because they were received when the nervous system was more impressionable than usual, as during a period of ill health, or because they were of a particularly vivid and personal nature, make a very profound impression upon the mind, and manifest themselves in ways which interfere with the individual's success and happiness. As a rule, we are more likely to be unfavorably influenced by experiences of a painful nature than those which please us. As we all know, we like to return to places where we have had a good time, and we instinctively tend to avoid places where we have met with unpleasantness. But a more common, yet not generally understood, example of the tenacity with which experiences cling to us is shown by the immediate like or dislike which we often feel toward a new acquaintance. We may give various reasons for our like or dislike, but the real reason is that the new acquaintance reminds us unconsciously of someone we have met at a previous time who has caused us pleasantness or unpleasantness. The new acquaintance may have but one feature that stirs up the memory of a former experience in the unconscious mind, such as a brogue, a way of laughing, a tilt of the nose, a certain gesture, etc. The unconscious mind never forgets, and, unknown to us, prompts us to be friendly or careful when we encounter an object which has made, or which resembles an object which has made, a pronounced influence on us. The like or dislike which we have for certain ties, certain colors of hair or dress, certain places, etc., may be explained in the same way. Namely, if we like a certain thing very much, it is because this thing has features which are associable with a former experience of pleasure. If we dislike it, that is because the thing has unpleasant associations. From what has been said, it will be noted that an apparently insignificant experience, which has an association with another thing that has caused pleasure or pain, is sufficient to make the individual re-experience, to some degree, the original feeling when again met with. We are usually at a loss, however, to explain why these feelings should be present. All we are aware of is that certain persons or things cause us pleasantness or unpleasantness. We fail to understand why, because, for one reason, the original experience occurred long ago, and being buried among a mass of other experiences, is not available for voluntary recall to consciousness. A deeper reason is because the original experience of pleasure or pain is often represented by something which is apparently indifferent, and which seems to bear no relation to the experience. In other words, the original experience is symbolized by something which is sufficient to reawaken it, though seemingly remote from the original experience. An example may make the above plain. Suppose I were in a garden, planting roses. Let us assume that someone for whom there was a strong attachment were present. For some reason, a quarrel starts, which ends unhappily. Now, if the quarrel is made up, probably the whole incident will be forgotten. But if it leads to estrangement, several things may ever after remind my unconscious mind of this unpleasant experience. It may be that I am prejudiced against roses thereafter, or cannot tolerate places where flowers grow. Even the words rose, flowers, or garden may make me feel upset and nervous. The peculiar thing would be that I would not realize why these things affected me unless acquainted with psychology. We see, however, that something which reminds the unconscious mind of the experience is capable of exciting it unpleasantly, though the original experience has been forgotten or repressed from mind. The original episode is symbolized by apparently insignificant things, which seem to be in no way related to it. If I were asked to explain why these certain things aroused my dislike or why they made me nervous, I would probably give some reason which was far from being the true one, though I might believe the reason given. This would be because the real reason is buried in the unconscious and is unknown to me. I would also give some reason, because, like all mortals, I prefer to have a reason for all my likes and dislikes. A person may wonder how the unconscious mind may so control the individual as to cause him unrest, or to act in a certain way, and yet keep the person in ignorance as to the process at work. We know, however, that the unconscious does control us, and usually we are unaware of its influence. As an example of the workings of the unconscious mind, the following might be cited. If a person, while in the hypnotic state, is told to perform a certain act, as to write a letter to someone, and to do this at a certain time after awaking, he will do so. If asked why he wrote the letter, he will give a reason which we know is not the real cause, namely the suggestion given in hypnosis. Many impulses to do certain things, to touch certain objects, count to a certain number, etc., are due to unconscious promptings, the sources or causes for which can only be ascertained by mental analysis. If we were to give examples of transient experiences which have occasioned lasting fears, we could give countless ones. For instance, there are persons who fear the water because, in childhood, they fell into the water, or saw a drowned person taken out. Some fear elevators because they once had a sensation of illness while in one. Some dread insane asylums, or the mere thought of insanity, because they thought they were to become insane while suffering from insomnia or some other trouble erroneously regarded by many as leading to insanity. Possibly a relative died of insanity, and they gave themselves up to the thought at the time, which they later forgot, that insanity was inherited and that they were likely to be its victims. Some stammer over a certain word which is the name of a person or place which has caused much unpleasantness. Dr. Morton Prince gives, in his book, instances of the continuity of unpleasant experiences. For example, he describes the case of a lady who had an intense fear of white cats. As usual, the lady could not account for the fear. It was traced, however, to an incident which happened 35 years before, when, at the age of 5 or 6, she was very much frightened by a white kitten, which had a fit while she was playing with it. Another case was that of a Russian living in this country, who had epileptoid fits dating from an episode that occurred 7 years before, but which he had completely forgotten. It was discovered that the attacks started in the following way. His employer had sent him back one night to look for a ring that had been lost in the ballroom, and his way led him over a lonely road by a graveyard. As he passed the graveyard, he heard footsteps behind him, and, overcome with terror, fell partly unconscious. His whole right side became affected with spasms and paralysis. He was picked up in this condition and taken to a hospital. Each year he had recurring attacks resulting from dreams in which he relived the original episode, always waking with his right side paralyzed and in spasms. Prevention is by far better than cure. The best way to secure freedom from night terrors, and more important, to ensure the child develops into a mentally and physically healthy adult, is proper physical and mental hygiene in childhood. Heretofore, the physical has held first place. We now realize that mental hygiene is of equal importance. At any rate, the parent should see to it that the child receives a due amount of play, rest, and sleep, and that it is subjected to a yearly physical examination so that beginning impairments may be discovered and corrected. Unless the parent is acquainted with the mental hygiene of childhood, the child is almost certain to be unfavorably impressed. Valuable hints may be obtained from popular works on this subject, such as may be had at most public libraries. Should the child be troubled by night terrors, or in other ways give evidence of abnormality, the best advice is to take the child to a competent medical psychologist. Sometimes the parent may be able to discover the thoughts which are tormenting the child, and tactfully remove them, but in most cases the physician can do this better. By no means should frequent night terrors be disregarded. True, they tend to disappear, but they may indicate some deep-seated trouble which may destroy the child's future happiness if not removed. Many children, while in the hypnagogic state, see various visions which may be pleasant or unpleasant. These visions may represent animals, angels, devils, incidents of the day, etc. These visions are not to be regarded as pathological. Children in good health are usually not troubled by them. If the child is of a nervous type or is in poor physical health, the visions may cause terror. In such a case, the child may be quieted if the parent explains that the visions are not real, by emphasizing the absence of danger and by pointing out in playful fashion the peculiarities of the characters seen in the vision, etc. If these measures do not suffice, a physician should be consulted. Night terrors should not be confused with so-called night cries, which the child utters as if in pain, but is found sleeping when the parent reaches its side. These cries may be due to many causes, as physical discomforts. A possible factor deserving of being kept in mind is beginning hip disease. Should the latter be responsible, and should it be discovered early and properly treated, years of troublesome care and possible deformity will be avoided. In passing, it might be mentioned that adults who suffer from fears of any kind, and there are at least 150 different varieties of fears, would do well to consult a competent physician or psychologist. Many persons, victims of phobias, refrain from seeking treatment, lest the physician laugh at them or tell them that they are going insane. Such scruples are unwarranted, and one may feel assured that the physician has listened to and removed countless similar and worse fears, no matter how ridiculous the patient may regard his worries. Today, fortunately, we understand the mind better. If Nicanor, mentioned by Hippocrates, could consult a modern mental analyst, he would learn why he swooned on hearing a flute. Bacon would learn why he fainted at the sight of a lunar eclipse. Peter the Great would ascertain why he became nauseated and why he became tremulous and covered with cold sweat when crossing a bridge. Vincent the painter would discover why he fainted in the presence of roses. There really is no good reason why persons, victims of many strange fears, should eke out the same wretched existence that is theirs, especially when they have physicians at hand, who, given a little time and the patient's cooperation, are able to ascertain the nature and location of the mental thorns responsible for the unrest, and pluck them away. It would be better if fears could be prevented, at least such fears as are pathological, for certain fears are more or less instinctive. Unfortunately, the prevention of pathological fears will be impossible until such a time as parents and teachers are well conversant with psychology. This will come in time. In the meanwhile, we can only urge adults to acquaint themselves with mental hygiene, and be particularly careful about the mental health of those under their care. Chapter 13. Somnambulism. Using the term in a broad sense, somnambulism is applied to any movement which occurs in sleep. There is probably no sleep which is not accompanied by movements of some kind. One who notes the facial expression of the sleeper will usually be able to observe various changes of expression, indicative of the pleasure or painful content of the dream. While these finer movements may be included under the term somnambulism, they are to be considered as more or less natural. Gross movements, such as talking, laughing, and crying in sleep, sleepwalking, etc., are more representative of what is usually called somnambulism. To most people, somnambulism means walking in sleep, and it is to this that we will give most attention. Walking in sleep. Most people are familiar with walking in sleep, if not through personal experience, then from their reading. An excellent description may be found in Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 1. In the most common type of sleepwalking, the individual acts without speaking. More rarely, the sleepwalker acts and speaks. In a rarer form, which is to be regarded as more related to hypnosis than natural sleep disturbances, the individual may both speak and act, at the same time retaining the ability to see and hear. Of course, the sleepwalker is acting a dream, and what is performed will therefore depend upon the nature of the dream. If the dream depicts a scene indoors, naturally the person will not venture outside the house during the attack. Often the sleepwalker is found upon the street, clad in night garments, as in a case known to the writer. This individual had gone to bed, wondering if he had locked the door of his shop. He was stopped close by his shop by a policeman. During the sleepwalking, the individual's eyes may be open or shut. Even if open, actual sight is abeyant, though impressions may be made on the retina, which may modify the course of the attack to some extent. The movements of the sleepwalker are so precise and certain as to lead the observer to believe that sight is employed. However, what the individual sees is the material of his dream, and it is a matter of good fortune if he does not meet with accident. When the sleepwalker talks, he converses with the dream characters. Generally, there will be no attention paid to what observers say, unless the latter are able to assume the parts of the dream persons. Sometimes a conversation may be carried out with an observer. When talking occurs, the individual may seem to exceed himself, but this is due to the vividness of the dream and the absence of waking life, doubts, distractions, etc. Talking in a foreign language and other superior abilities may be displayed, but such should cause no surprise when we recall that the dream has the power to awaken all past experiences. In certain persons, the sleepwalking acts vary only little. Every word, gesture, and other act occur at exactly the same time with each performance, just like a drama on the stage. Should the attack be terminated abruptly, the dream drama will start at the point where it was broken off when the next attack begins. This point is illustrated by a case documented by Charcot. His patient was a newspaper man who believed he was a novelist during somnambulistic attacks. After he had written 2 or 3 pages, these were taken from him, and the attack terminated. In the next attack, he began writing at the point where he had left off. Following attacks of sleepwalking, there is no memory of what occurred during it, and the individual is not chagrined at anything that may have happened. He is filled with wonder and seems to question the acts attributed to him. By special psychological methods, it is possible to learn the nature of the dream. Sometimes, the effect of telling the individual the nature of his dream performances is to have him become somnambulistic immediately. The performances of the sleepwalker vary. They may be simple or complicated. Sometimes individuals finish work that has been left incomplete on going to bed. Others have stereotyped actions, as going to a certain pond and swimming. Not all the performances attributed to walking in sleep or somnambulism in general should be credited. Sometimes a person will awaken from sleep, perform some work, and return to sleep. In the morning, he believes that the work must have been done in sleep since he is unable to remember that he awakened. Genet has recorded many interesting cases of somnambulism, among them the case of Irene, aged 20, who had watched her mother die of tuberculosis over 60 nights. Quoting, "After the mother's death, she tried to revive the corpse, to call the health back again. Then, as she had the limbs upright, the body fell to the floor, and it took infinite exertion to lift it again into the bed. You may picture to yourself all that frightful scene. Some time after the funeral, curious and impressive symptoms began. It was one of the most splendid cases of somnambulism I ever saw. The crises last for hours, and they show a splendid dramatic performance, for no actors could rehearse these lugubrious scenes with such perfection. The young girl has the singular habit of acting again all the events that took place at her mother's death, without forgetting the least detail. Sometimes she only speaks, relating all that happened with great volubility, putting questions and answers in turn, or asking questions only, and seeming to listen for the answer. Sometimes she only sees the sight, looking with frightened face and staring on the various scenes, and acting according to what she sees. At other times, she combines all hallucinations, words, and acts, and seems to play a very singular drama. When, in her drama, death has taken place, she carries on the same idea, and makes everything ready for her suicide. She discusses it aloud, seems to speak with her mother, to receive advice from her. She fancies she will try to be run over by a locomotive. That detail is also a recollection of a real event in her life. She fancies she is on the way and stretches herself out on the floor of the room, waiting for death with mingled dread and impatience. She poses and wears on her face expressions really worthy of admiration, which remain fixed during several minutes. The train arrives before her staring eyes. She utters a terrible shriek and falls back motionless, as if she were dead. She soon gets up and begins acting over again one of the preceding scenes. In fact, one of the characteristics of these somnambulisms is that they repeat themselves indefinitely. Not only the different attacks are always exactly alike, repeating the same movements, expressions, and words, but in the course of the same attack, when it has lasted a certain time, the same scene may be repeated again, exactly in the same way, 5 or 10 times. At last the agitation seems to wear out. The dreamer grows less clear, and gradually or suddenly, according to the cases, the patient comes back to her normal consciousness, takes up her ordinary business quite undisturbed by what has happened." Unquote. As a rule, the acts of a sleepwalker are harmless and in accord with his experiences or inner nature. Somewhere I have read of a clergyman, a most upright character by day, who was a thief by night, and of another individual who resembled Mr. Hyde, made famous by Stevenson. We may attribute these cases to very powerful dreams, or to strong impulses which the individual was able to repress by day. As has been stated, there are different sides to everyone's nature, and this being true, it is not to be wondered at if we are at times different persons in dreams. The most important from a medical viewpoint are attacks which occur frequently, and especially those that do not vary in their nature. Sleepwalking is, of course, an abnormal state, and if for no other reason than the grave accidents to which it renders one liable, deserves medical attention. Further, it indicates, in many cases at least, that there is lodged in the mind some past experience, some hope, fear, or wish that is so powerful as to be able to gain control of the body during sleep, and to use the body for its own purposes. Since the idea is so powerful, it cannot but be in need of removal. The nature of the idea is a matter for the psychologist to determine. Occasionally, benefit is obtained by tying the person's hands to the bed, arousing the person a half-hour or so before the expected attack, when attacks occur at definite times, and by forcibly suggesting at bedtime that the sleep-walking will disappear. Talking in sleep. Talking in sleep occurs most frequently in children, and is not of great importance or significance of itself. The dreams of children are very vivid, as a rule, and the inhibitory centers of the brain are not well developed. This will explain, in part at least, why children tend to talk in sleep more than adults. In connection with talking in sleep, it is interesting to note that it is possible to enter into conversation with some sleeping persons, and if they are mentally troubled, to implant ideas that may be of value in correcting their faulty ideas. Usually, however, noises of any kind sufficient to attract attention in the waking state will awaken the sleeper. laughing and crying in sleep. Laughing in sleep occurs at times and is of no serious import. It indicates something pleasurable in the dream. Dreams are often witty, and even in dreams we are able to appreciate the witticisms. Crying in sleep, on the other hand, indicates some sorrowful dream. If it occurs once or twice, it may not be noteworthy. But if it occurs often, the individual had better consult some competent physician or psychologist, so that the nature of the dream thoughts which are oppressing the mind may be discovered and removed. Enuresis. Enuresis, or bedwetting, is a fairly common disorder of childhood, which sometimes persists into adult life. It is the result of a dream in many cases, and is a form of somnambulism, since it is accomplished by activity of the bladder. The dream of passing water may arise from stimulation of the bladder neck by the accumulated urine, and the act is carried out since the inhibitory powers of the waking state are absent. Or a child may see running water in a dream, or have the act of voiding suggested in other ways. In most cases, the dream results from stimulation of the bladder. Usually, children who are bedwetters are sound sleepers. However, their general health is apt to be poor. The majority are very restless, fidgety, nervous, and may become much run down as a result of their impairment. Enuresis is a common impairment of the feeble-minded. In such, it is rarely cured if it has persisted up to puberty. Many reasons tend to maintain it among those of feeble intellect. The disorder being present from an early age, the bladder is rarely allowed to hold more than a few ounces, and thus the organ is not developed by the expansion which occurs when one has the ability to hold water. Again, the feeble-minded often suffer from general nervous and physical weaknesses. They are rarely willing to carry out or cooperate in curative treatment, and are not appealed to like normal children. Personal experience with defectives has taught me that many of these children are unable to retain water long. Even those who are not enuretic must void promptly when the desire arises. Few, if any, of them appear to suffer in general health because of the impairment. The proper method of treating enuresis is to first remove any discoverable physical error. Often, physical ailments are at fault, and the trouble ceases when the correction is made. In particular, one should look for adenoids, diseased teeth, eye strain, constipation, and digestive ills. In other cases, faulty hygienic habits are solely to blame. Among these might be mentioned overeating, insufficient mastication, eating at irregular times, improper food, and lack of fresh air. Overstudy aggravates or causes the condition not infrequently. Often, the children are mentally and physically fatigued, and this is a causative factor. Many enuretics have pinworms or local conditions requiring correction. In cases which do not appear to be benefited by attention to physical defects or hygienic treatment, the following method will be found curative in most cases, provided it is followed faithfully. The plan is hardly suitable for children under 4 years of age, since the cooperation of the child is requisite. Under this age, such cooperation would not be secured, owing to the child not comprehending the necessity for obeying the rules enjoined. At the outset, the child should be tactfully informed that certain things are to be done for it, and the object is to cure bedwetting. A promise to do what the parent asks should be obtained. For a faithful observance of the rules, rewards may be promised. Rewards should not be offered for not wetting the bed, as the child is not responsible for this. Punishment is positively out of the question. If given, it simply aggravates matters. Often, a child can be so impressed that it is eager to cooperate. For instance, a girl may be told that if the disorder persists, she will be unable to stay overnight with her friends, that when she grows up, she will not have any gentleman friends, etc. A boy can be told that the habit will prevent him from going to boarding school if it persists, or from gratifying his youthful ambition, whatever that may be. At the same time, the possibility of cure should be emphasized. Diet is of great importance. Hasty eating should be forbidden. If the child is forced to stay at the table a certain length of time, whether or not the meal is finished prior to this, it will soon learn to take time in eating. Eating between meals is to be discontinued. This rule has no exceptions. The diet should be selected from milk, meat, fish, eggs, vegetables, stewed fruits with a little sugar, oranges, bread, cooked cereals, butter, and unsweetened desserts. Condiments, highly seasoned foods, fried and greasy foods, baked beans, soups, pickles, cake, candy, ice cream, syrup, bananas, pies, raw apples, tea, coffee, and cocoa are to be avoided. The evening meal should be light and should contain no meat. Fluids of any kind are not to be drunk after 4 p.m. This may at first seem a hardship to the child, but if the latter is encouraged and told the reason for the prohibition, it is apt to be content. Rest is what most of these children require. In many cases, it may be advisable to take the child out of school for a while. If so, the time should be spent out of doors, but quietly. Playing that involves running, jumping, physical exertion, or which causes excitement is inadvisable. Home study is not permitted. This includes piano and other lessons. Before bedtime, the child may amuse itself by playing games that require no exertion, physical or mental, as with blocks or reading a quiet book. Ghost, Indian, and other exciting stories are taboo. A nap after dinner is helpful in many cases. During the day, the child should be encouraged to hold the water as long as possible. This strengthens the bladder and enlarges it. These children usually have small bladders, since they rarely retain more than a few ounces at a time. With puberty, or before, many enuuretics are cured spontaneously. This is ascribed to the development of the bladder, which occurs at this time, and to the better development of the motor inhibitory nerves. When voiding, the child should be instructed to empty the bladder thoroughly. Exercises that strengthen the abdomen are useful. These also develop the bladder. Deep breathing exercises are useful in this connection. A proper posture should be encouraged. Constrictions of the abdomen as well as the chest should be removed. The child should be in bed by 7 p.m. Prior to going to bed, the bladder should be emptied. The bed clothing should not be too heavy, nor produce excessive heat. If the foot of the bed is elevated by wooden blocks, or if the child is prevented from lying on its back by means of a belly band with a knot pressing lightly against the spine, the urine will not be so apt to irritate the bladder neck and so cause voiding. At first, the child should be awakened to make water at 10 p.m. and again at 6 a.m. The hours should be exact. Variations of a few minutes may interfere with successful results. If the child is unable to retain water from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., it should be awakened at 2 a.m. also. The child is apt to be sleepy and to only partially empty the bladder. Unless the voiding is thorough, it may void shortly after returning to bed. To avoid undue disturbance of the child's rest, a urinal should be nearby. After a few weeks of awakening at definite hours, the 2 a.m. waking may be discontinued. Or, if the 2 a.m. waking has been unnecessary, the 10 p.m. waking may be discontinued. If the child voids after the discontinuance, the awakening must be reinstituted. Sometimes a few weeks of awakening will suffice. At other times, strict adherence to the rules must be obeyed for months. If all goes well, the child will eventually pass the night without wetting. If a forcible mental impression is made upon the child, it may be unnecessary to carry out such a plan as the above. This applies particularly to older children. A child sometimes is a bedwetter from habit, the cause having been removed. If habit seems at fault, the spinal douche at bedtime may offer a cure, especially if the child is impressed with its ability to cure. The douche may be given as follows. The child should stand unclothed or with a blanket over the shoulders in a bathtub, else a wash tub will do. The room should be warm. From a hose attached to a hot water faucet, play a stream of water up and down the child's spine for a few moments. Then, abruptly play a stream of cold water up and down the spine from a hose attached to the cold water faucet. Or one may carry out the procedure by pouring the water from pitchers or watering pots. Once the child has been cured of the enuresis, there will be a marked betterment in its general health. Disorders supposedly causes of the impairment are likely to disappear with the cure. The treatment requires much patience on the part of the mother, but is necessary and well worth the trouble, considering the benefit accruing to the child. Adults, as a rule, do not suffer from enuresis unless they are of a neurotic disposition. When it is necessary to pass water at night, normal adults awaken. Unless one has partaken liberally of water during the day, necessity for voiding at night is abnormal. Usually, a physician is able to discover the cause of such. However, in some cases, no cause is found. In the latter cases, it might be mentioned that attention to eye defects, often unsuspected, occasionally offers cure. There is a form of irritable bladder, occurring in women particularly, and characterized by frequent and painful urination, which is due to ulcer of the bladder. This is curable by surgical means. Chapter 14. Miscellany. Dreams of Animals. It has been a debated question whether or not all animals dream. Older writers, as Aristotle, believed that dogs, horses, oxen, sheep, goats, and all viparous animals did so. Pliny corroborates this in his Natural History. As regards Pliny's history, it may also be regarded as a monument to the misapplication of industry and intellect. As one writer says, a better name for it would be Pliny's unnatural history. While learned, this first-century Roman was very gullible, for he quotes, in addition to many other things, instances of elephants that would not go aboard a ship unless the keeper made an oath that they would return again. He mentions a man who could see a distance of 125 miles, a dog that spoke, a serpent that barked, fishes that spoke, and which came ashore at night to sleep, etc. Darwin credits dogs, cats, horses, and the higher animals generally with dreaming, and, along with Cuvier and others, believes that birds dream. Doubtless there are some forms of life which have such a small amount of intelligence that whatever mental activity may go on in sleep must be very fragmentary and hardly deserving of the name dreaming. Everyday observation should be sufficient to show us that common animals, as the dog and the cat, dream. We can often note them making movements with their paws while asleep, also emitting guttural sounds. Considering their usual pursuits and their limited intelligence, their dreams are probably concerned with the gratification of the pleasurable instincts, the pursuit of prey, and escape from enemies. In connection with the dreams of animals, Macnish says, quoting, "Man is not the only animal subject to dreaming. We have every reason to believe that many of the lower animals do the same. Horses neigh and rear, and dogs bark and growl in their sleep. Probably, at such times, the remembrance of the chase or combat was passing through the minds of these creatures, and they also not infrequently manifest signs of fear, joy, playfulness, and almost every other passion. Ruminating animals, such as the sheep and cow, dream less, but even they are sometimes so affected, especially at the time of rearing their young. The parrot is said to dream, and I should suppose that some other birds do the same. Indeed, the more intellectual the animal is, the more likely is it to be subject to dreaming. Whether fishes dream, it is impossible to conjecture, nor can it be guessed, with anything like certainty, at what point on the scale of animal intellect the capability of dreaming ceases, although it is very certain there is such a point. I apprehend that dreaming is a much more general law than is commonly supposed, and that many animals dream which are never suspected of doing so." Unquote. Dreams of the blind and deaf. The dreams of the blind and deaf have been investigated by Professor Jastrow. Prior to Jastrow, Heermann had considered the subject. The studies of both, taken up independently, were practically identical in their results. According to Jastrow, those totally blind from birth or prior to the 5th year did not see in their dreams. If blindness occurs between the 5th and 7th years, vision in dreams may or may not be present. This is due to the fact that prior to the 7th year, the visual center in the brain is developing. Its growth depends upon the supply of sensations reaching it by way of the eyes. If blindness occurs, these sensations are cut off, and the visual center degenerates. Between the 5th and 7th year, the preservation of visualizing power depends on the degree of development of the individual. If the faculty is retained, it is neither stable nor pronounced. If sight is lost after the 7th year, The sight center can maintain function, and the dreams may be hardly distinguished from those of a seeing person. The dreams of the blind are apparently commonplace, probably because the absence of sight does not tend to cultivate a vivid imagination, and because the knowledge gained by the blind is realistic. Ghosts, elves, fairies, monsters, etc., do not figure so much as in the dreams of the sighted. When the blind dream of ghosts, they either hear them or are touched by them. The ghost pursues the victim, humming and groaning as it runs, or it has a rough voice, or its bones rattle. Hearing is the most important sense. Reading raised type with the fingers almost never occurs in dream life. The boys dream of playing, running, jumping, and so on. The men of broom making, piano tuning, teaching, and similar work. The girls of sewing, fancy work, household work, and the like. Dr. Heermann found, as a result of post-mortem studies of 10 cases, that the optic nerves degenerate after about 20 years of blindness. A case is recorded of vision in dreams being maintained for 52 years, another for 54, then fading out. It is seen, therefore, that the ability to visualize is not dependent solely upon the integrity of the optic nerves. Persons born blind and deaf have these senses absent in their dreams. The same faculties as are utilized during the day appear in the dream world. Talking with the fingers is present. As with the blind, the critical age for the deaf is from the 3rd to the 7th year. If deafness occurs between these years, hearing may or may not be present in the dreams. If deafness occurs after the 7th year, hearing will appear in the dreams. In Jastrow's book is given, in more or less detail, the dream life of the famous Helen Keller and Laura Bridgman. Dreams of criminals. Many of us believe that a criminal is a criminal because of sheer badness solely. Also that our methods of dealing with him are too lenient, inasmuch as our prisons, reformatories, and institutions of a like nature fail to bring about the reformation of a fair percentage of their inmates. The writer, for one, is personally acquainted with the cases of a number of delinquents who have been sentenced to various correctional institutions from 10 to 30 times, of other offenders who have graduated from reform schools only to take, by compulsion, postgraduate courses in prisons, and of a number of moral offenders who have been permitted to people the world with more illegitimates than the average married couple produce legitimately. The real reason why our present methods of dealing with the delinquent class have failed signally is because we have spent too much time studying the crimes and too little in studying the criminals. Actions proceed from thoughts, thoughts from the brain. If a person performs wrong actions, especially serious ones, it is only logical to assume, until the contrary is proved, that he reasons abnormally. Yet let us enter a courtroom, and, except in a few praiseworthy instances, we will find the judge ransacking dusty legal tomes, or his memory, in order to find the sentence which the Book of Statutes states should be doled out to meet such and such an offense. The prisoner before the bar receives little or no study. There are, it is true, some criminals who are apparently normal mentally and physically, possibly barring a deficient moral sense. However, careful investigations carried out over a number of years have shown repeatedly that a large number of moral deviators are suffering from defective or diseased brains. At least 10% of the inmates of prisons, jails, reformatories of one kind or another are feeble-minded. A large percentage of the girls who go wrong are feeble-minded. Some investigators say as much as 50%. This does not mean, however, that the feeble-minded are, as a class, the bad people they are said to be. Judging by the statistics one often meets with, practically all crime, poverty, and other social evils are due to this one cause. A person can be feeble-minded according to the usual methods of testing intelligence and yet be endowed with strong character traits of a desirable nature. The feeble-minded, without character defects, are not apt to be a menace to society. With a little guidance, they tend to be useful men and women. Should character defects be associated with intellectual defects, then it is very doubtful if anything apart from segregation will keep them from breaking established laws. In addition to feeble-mindedness, persons may break the laws repeatedly because of insanity, epilepsy, or other abnormalities. Surely, one who is sick deserves sympathy rather than punishment. One who is sick in mind more than one who is sick in body. But the mentally underdeveloped and the mentally diseased who come into the toils of the law by reason of their disorder receive only sentences from the court and abuse from the public. Should the injustice of this treatment be mentioned, few pay heed. And the few who do listen generally thank God that none of their relatives are unsound and dismiss the matter from mind. The crime problem is, however, everybody's business, and the longer we temporize with it, the longer will life, property, and happiness be jeopardized. How the abuses which now exist in dealing with the criminal may be remedied has been presented often. Among other things, it is recommended that each court have a full-time physician, competent to separate the normal delinquent from the abnormal. To avoid oversight, each correctional institution should have the same. The courts should heed the physician's advice and prescribe treatment according to the merits of each case. A feeble-minded delinquent cannot be cured. Prisons will not help him but make him worse. If he cannot be properly supervised in the outside world, he should be sent to an institution, especially adapted toward meeting his needs, and where he can become happy and useful. The criminal, suffering from mental complexes and other disorders of the psychic life, should receive such treatment as seems advisable. The insane require treatment in a hospital, not a prison. Contrary to a prevalent notion, many of the insane get well, provided they are detected early and receive prompt and efficient treatment. Contrary to another idea, the so-called insanity dodge rarely works, so there need be little fear that the true criminal will escape justice should the above recommendations be adopted. Considering that many criminals are mentally abnormal, it is not surprising that so few criminals manifest regret for their misdeeds, and that they dream of their misdeeds rarely. The feeble-minded and insane do not reason like normal persons. They do not understand right and wrong like normal persons. Many of them give good answers to ethical questions, but their answers indicate what they have been told, and not what they believe. Often, when guilty of some serious misdeed, defectives have said, "I don't see anything wrong in that." Only recently, a feeble-minded young man who had entered a jewelry store and shot the proprietor dead in broad daylight told me that he had no reason that he knew of for committing the crime. He had no need of jewelry or money. He just got an idea to rob the store. Asked if he ever thought of his victim, he said he used to, but doesn't now. He excuses himself by saying, "I never did like foreigners," and jokes, laughs, and boasts about his misdeeds. The majority of criminals who seem to be normal experience no regret for their crimes. Not infrequently, they attempt to justify their actions. A murderer will say that the victim would not have died if the doctors were smart enough. A little blow shouldn't have killed so easily. The victim must have had heart disease, which killed him rather than the blow. Believing, or trying to believe, himself more sinned against than sinning, he suffers no self-reproaches. Others who suffer no pangs of conscience, working on the theory that the world owes them a living, or that society has wronged them, believe that their courses are logical. Occasionally, criminals are encountered who develop an amnesia or loss of memory for their offenses. For example, a murderer who has shot a person will claim that he has no knowledge of the shooting. He remembers all that occurred up to the time the shot was fired, though he may say that he does not know who did the shooting. He also remembers being arrested, etc. His mind is a blank for everything else, especially anything that might convict him. This amnesia is a defense reaction, a means of escape from a memory which would cause pain. Sometimes it is a result of a more or less voluntary repression, but often it is a purely hysterical amnesia, a measure whereby the individual is able to escape, in memory at least, from an intolerable situation. Relative to the dream life of criminals, Damon says, quoting, "De Sanctis inquired into the interesting question of the relation of criminals' dreams to their crimes. Of the 93 criminals who dreamed, he found 22 who sometimes dreamed of their crimes. Of those, 11 dreamed simply of the deed, without any emotional accompaniment. 11 experienced emotional dreams of their crimes. Of the 21 women dreamers, 4 had such dreams without, and 2 with, emotion. A few of the murderers very frequently see their victims in dreams, without any emotion. In one of these cases, the murderer dreams that his victim reproaches him. The young woman guilty of ill-treating her child never has emotional dreams, and never sees her child in dreams. Thus, criminals dream rarely and but little, and the greatest criminals least of all. In this, De Sanctis remarks, they resemble idiots. Even on the night following the crime, they sleep deeply and peacefully, although their sleep is, of course, liable to be disturbed by special causes such as illness, and is specially liable to be modified by the weather. In a few cases, the sleep of criminals may be tormented, as was that of Macbeth, and there is also an emotional and hysterical criminal type. But this is very rare, and scarcely represented at all among criminals of the worst class. They are real imbeciles, as far as the feelings are concerned, and in part also as regards intelligence. Unquote. Considering that criminologists of late years have made use of various psychological tests with varying success in an effort to establish the guilt or innocence of a suspect, it may be asked if dream analysis has proved useful in this connection. In general, we must answer in the negative. Against its successes are many factors. Criminals are very reticent, suspicious, indisposed to cooperate, and for success in dream analysis, it is necessary that the dreamer permit all thoughts that come to mind in association with the elements of the dream to flow freely. Moreover, the intelligent criminal is pretty well acquainted with the object of the newer methods, and is not likely to do anything endangering his liberty. Dream analysis is useful, barring crime, only among those of normal intellect, and so it can hardly be of much service among mentally subnormal criminals. In this connection, Dr. Robert Armstrong Jones says, quoting, "The discovery of a crime through a dream, when the dreamer has by his own dream given himself away, is unknown to me in real life, and this is supported by the extensive experience of Dr. W. C. Sullivan. Dr. Leonard Guthrie reminds me of the story of the murder of Maria Martin by Corder in 1827, when dreams led to the discovery of the victim's body. As he also points out, there are numerous instances of murders having been discovered and avenged by the appearance of the murdered person's ghost. Shakespeare presents two instances in Hamlet and Macbeth. The Bells, in which Irving represented the Jew Polonius, exemplifies a dream in which the murderer is continually haunted by the dream sound of the sleigh bells. And in Tom Hood's Dream of Eugene Aram, the unknown facts of guilty acts are seen in dreams from God. The suggestion here made connects the dream with the murderer's arrest. Dreams of cripples. The dreams of those who have lost an arm, leg, or both resemble those of the blind. That is, the earlier in life the loss occurs, the less likely it is the absent member appears in dreams. As is well known, persons who have suffered the loss of a limb often experience sensations apparently coming from the missing member when awake. This holds good for about 75%. The case is recorded of a man of 70 who distinctly felt the leg which he had lost at the age of 13. If the wound is healed rapidly, the sensation of the amputated limb's presence is apt to be retained. If healing was slow and painful, the person is likely to be aware of the amputation, and so he does not feel sensations coming apparently from the absent member. This is because the mass of stimuli from the painful area has made an impression on the brain, which has blotted out the memory of the limb, or which permanently acquaints the brain with the new condition. In some dreams, the absent limb may appear to be growing so short that the toes seem to be joining the stump. As regards pain in a limb that has been removed, such is usually due to an irritation of the nerves in the stump. These nerves containing fibers, which once supplied the various portions of the absent limb. Jastrow says, quoting, "Cripples dream of their lost limbs for many years after their loss. In such cases, however, stimulation of the cut nerves may be the suggestive cause of such dreams. A man of 40 who lost his right arm 17 years before, still dreams of having the arm. The earliest age of losing and dreaming about a lost limb, of which I can find record, is of a boy 13 who lost a leg at the age of 10. This boy still dreams of walking on his feet. Those who are born cripple must necessarily have their defects represented in their dream consciousness. Hierman cites the case of a man born without hands, forearms, feet, or lower legs. He always dreamt of walking on his knees, and all the peculiarities of his movements were present in his dream life." Unquote. Dreams of drug fiends. There are many drugs such as opium, cocaine, cannabis indica, the coal tar products, and alcohol, which may have an influence upon dreams. Much depends, however, upon the physiological action of the drug taken, the amount used, the idiosyncrasies of the individual, and the mentality. Some drugs are excitants of the brain, and others are depressants. Some quiet certain persons and stimulate others. Again, drugs which promote sleep are often followed by no remembrance of dreams. The sleep is said to be dreamless. Should drugs be taken over long periods, the harmonious action of body and mind may become disordered, and thus dreams marked by confusion, weirdness, and pain, as well as unrefreshing sleep, may follow. Drugs such as opium and cocaine, when taken in medicinal doses, produce a sense of well-being and comfort, and so tend to promote pleasurable fancies. Usually, when taken in doses sufficient to cause sleep, dreams are not remembered. Many persons are much distressed by these drugs, and others, in place of awaking refreshed, awake tired and dimly conscious of disturbing dreams. As has been stated in another place, it is a common belief that the opium and cocaine addict has pleasant dreams. However, many of them say they do not dream, and others do not note that their dreams are especially of a desirable kind. The most famous record of the influence of opium on dreams is that of De Quincey, as found in his well-known Confessions of an English Opium Eater. Among the important points to be gathered from his experiences is the tendency of the dreams to depict minutely forgotten incidents of childhood as well as adult life. The sense of time seemed great. He often felt as if he lived from 70 to 100 years in one night. The scenery was of amazing proportions. His dreams were, as a rule, gloomy. Every night he seemed to descend into chasms and abysses, from which it appeared impossible to escape. The melancholy of the dream persisted into waking life, and amounted to almost suicidal despondency. Cannabis indica, also known as hashish, bhang, ganja, etc., is a plant which is habitually used by 100 or 200 millions of people, chiefly in Asiatic countries and in Africa. It is sometimes smoked, alone or mixed with tobacco, and is also used in the form of a confection. The action of the drug is variable. Some persons seem to be unaffected by it. Usually, in small doses, it causes a sense of exhilaration, the individual passing soon into a state of semi-consciousness. The thoughts, which are dreamy, are not under control, and the attention is distracted by ideas which force themselves into the mind, and which form fantastic combinations with one another. The mind exaggerates everything. Slight emotions are often greatly transformed. Thus, slight dislike may become intense anger. Among peculiar effects are disturbances of the sense of time and space. Minutes seem hours, and hours years. The past and the present are fused, and so seem as one. A friend of the writer, who, with others, took small amounts of the drug experimentally, stated that when he attempted to go home afterwards, it seemed as if he would never arrive there. His movements seemed to accomplish so very little. One of his friends hired a cab when within half a block of his house. The nature of the ideas in the mind during the state of dreamy semi-consciousness varies. In the peoples of the East, they seem to be of an amorous nature. The true believer thinks that he is in paradise, and surrounded by maidens of great beauty. The more impassive European feels happy, but pleasant thoughts of a general nature may be succeeded by a sense of imminent danger. Consciousness is not lost entirely, for the person feels that his thoughts are unreal, and his actions ridiculous. Following the period of phantasia, there occurs a tranquil sleep, as a rule, unmarked by any particular fancies. It should be needless to state that this drug is habit-forming. While the Eastern peoples may use it habitually in small quantities without much apparent harm, it is generally as detrimental as morphine to others. The effect of alcohol on dreams also varies with the individual and with the amount taken. In moderate amounts, it tends to produce a sense of satisfaction, hence no unpleasant dreams. In larger amounts, it may arouse sensual fancies. As is well known, chronic alcoholics are often tortured by terrifying images, as of snakes and animals of one sort or another. This occurs chiefly with animals, though whispering voices are often complained of. Doubtless few of us care to undergo the experiences of a person in the throes of delirium tremens, in spite of one alcoholic's contention that you haven't been anywhere and you haven't seen anything unless you've had the snakes. Dreams of the feeble-minded. The feeble-minded are those persons who suffer an arrest of cerebral development, which limits their intelligence to that of children between the 6th month and the 13th chronological year. Their bodies grow normally, and far from being crassly physically blemished, many are very attractive and possessed of a superficial brightness apt to deceive all but an expert. We can best understand them by considering them as children with the bodies of adults. Some time ago, while connected with an Eastern institution for the feeble-minded, the writer made a study of the dream life of these unfortunates. The study has been reported in greater detail in another place. Briefly, the investigation showed that the dreams of mental defectives are not particularly rich nor vivid. In fact, they seem to be less vivid than the dreams of normal children. That such should be the case is only natural when we consider their mental status. Having a very poor imagination, comprehension, and insight, often unable to read and write, and unable to understand the significance of such stories as are told the average child, the amount of material at the disposal of the dream is quite limited. As a rule, simple wish dreams were most frequent. Such dreams were of being at home, of working in a good family, of having pretty clothes, good things to eat, or enjoying good times. These simple dreams were common in persons aged 30 and more chronologically. Dreams concerned with the events of the previous 24 hours were next in frequency. These dealt with the occupation of the dreamer, the games indulged in, incidents of the day, etc. So-called bad dreams were rare. When these occurred, they could usually be traced to actual occurrences in the past. Being chased by dogs, animals, or tramps was the most common type of bad dream. Ghosts, elves, and the like were rare. Talking in sleep was very common. About 8% talked in sleep habitually. The talking usually occurred a few hours after going to sleep and lasted anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes. About 10% suffered from enuresis, though the relation of such two dreams could not be brought out. Nightmare, night terrors, and sleepwalking were very infrequent. Considering that the feeble-minded are of inferior nervous makeup, we should expect that such disorders of sleep should be common among them, if such disorders are attributable solely or mainly to nervousness. However, we can explain this by emphasizing the feeble-minded's lack of impressionability, their feeble imaginations, and their comparative freedom from such mental conflicts and repressions as not infrequently disturb those of normal nervous systems. Among the defectives studied were a number of epileptics. Their dreams did not show any marked difference from those of the others. An effort was made to ascertain if the convulsions figured in the dreams. As a rule, the answers were in the negative. Some observers have found that there is a noticeable religious fervor in epileptics, particularly at times of seizures. Boven found that the subjects of their dreams were frequently God as a judge and a sense of fear, sin, and punishment. Dreams of infants and the aged. In the human species, it is probably true that dreaming is present from early childhood to the time of death. Some writers believe that infants do not dream. Aristotle thought that dreaming was abeyant prior to the 4th or 5th year. Perez, on the other hand, regards dreaming as present as early as the 3rd month. He says, in speaking of a child's imagination, quoting, "How can we otherwise explain a child's dreams? These sudden tremblings, the screams, the sobs, the smiles, the movements to seize hold of an object or to repel it violently, which we observe in an infant of 3 months while asleep, and which resemble the actions produced during its waking hours by fear, pain, hunger, desire, and joy." Unquote. The same author believes that according to the nature of the dreams at night, the child is more or less cheerful during the day and inclined to be good and obedient. Ordinary observation will show that infants laugh, moan, make sucking movements during sleep. When they smile, the mothers say the angels are whispering to them. These signs are disregarded by many as being inadequate proof of dreaming. It is contended that sucking movements have been observed when the infant was awake, and when there was no relation between the action and mental processes, the act being considered an instinct. Startled awakenings would be attributed to some physical, painful stimulus. If we are to judge from the actions of idiots, whose mentality is comparable to that of infants or young children, dreaming begins in early life. Though naturally, the younger the child, the more fragmentary the dreams. The writer has observed sleeping idiots laugh, move their lips as if tasting some delicious morsel, cover their faces with their hands, as if protecting themselves from injury, etc. In old age, the dreams become of a distinctly retrospective character. This is particularly true of those who no longer take an active interest in the world's work. Dreams are reminiscent at all times, but in the old they are concerned with the pleasurable incidents of childhood and early manhood more than those experienced in middle life. Dreams of soldiers. One would naturally think that the dreams of soldiers would be concerned with warfare. This is true in many cases, especially during the first few weeks or months of actual combat. No matter how brave and patriotic a person may be, fear is almost certain to take possession of him when he first faces the enemy, or hears the detonations produced by the instruments of warfare, and witnesses the carnage resulting from warfare. Since fears may instigate dreams, it follows that the fears of the terrified soldier tend to color his dreams, though the fears may be hidden from the outside world. Much depends upon the individual peculiarities of the soldier, or sailor as the case may be. For example, probably most of the submarine commanders were not disturbed in their dreams by the havoc they wrought. One submarine officer, however, who had fired many torpedoes which made hits, but who had not cared to see the effects of his marksmanship, one day decided to see what his torpedo accomplished. He saw men, women, and children in the water, mothers clasping their babes, going down with the ship, etc. The scene filled him with sorrow, so much so that he was disturbed by night and by day. He was taken prisoner soon afterwards, and was glad of it. There are some soldiers who never dream of battle, who are able to sleep peacefully and dream pleasurably when all is tumult about them. A certain type of soldier, the impressionable and the sensitive, who adapts himself with difficulty or not at all to new conditions, who has a tendency to be neurotic, is especially prone to insomnia and war dreams. In his dreams, he is distressed by the horrors he has witnessed. He relives the engagements in which he participated. He is pursued or about to be killed by the enemy. This is also the soldier who contributes to the number of so-called shell shock cases. The term shell shock is an unfortunate one, for it carries with it the idea that shells have in some way caused the various troubles, such as mutism, certain forms of paralysis, blindness, tremblings, crying spells, etc., often found in shell shock. When one considers that these symptoms occur most frequently during the first few months of the individual's participation in the conflict, that they occur far behind the front, as in at base hospitals and in cantonments, it can be seen that they are not dependent per se upon the influence of gassing, injury by bayonets, shrapnel, etc., or from atmospheric changes produced by the detonations of shells. As a matter of fact, few cases of shell shock show any essential differences from the neuroses met with in civil life. Doubtless, the war may aggravate the neuroses of soldiers, and may tend to elicit them in susceptible individuals, but any trying circumstance in civil life would be as potent. When a man is prey of phobias by nature, easily influenced by his own suggestions or those of others, unable to get on with his fellows or to be happy under the conditions warfare imposes upon him, troubled by discomfiting news from home, etc., it is comparatively easy for him to develop various nervous troubles. This is especially true if he witnesses some horrible injuries or deaths, or is worn out by fatigue, lack of food or sleep. In short, so-called shell shock cases are in most instances similar to the neuroses the physician meets with every day. They are dependent upon emotional or mental causes, rather than physical ills or destruction of tissue. The late war has naturally afforded many opportunities for the study of soldiers' dreams. Among the best articles on this subject, as far as this writer is aware, is Sir F. Mott's second paper on the war psychoneuroses. Almost without exception, the soldiers and officers who were asked to write their recurrent dreams stated that they usually dreamed of their war experiences. The dreams were generally visual and auditory, of shells exploding, machine guns firing, etc., which were heard and seen. A common dream was of being in an aeroplane, bombing or fighting. The machine is hit. There is a descent in a burning plane. These dreams occurred in those who were not members of the Royal Flying Corps, and in those who did not have these experiences actually. However, the men had heard about this being the fate of others, and had thought it might happen to them. Should a soldier or officer dream that he had a successful encounter with the enemy, he was cheerful during the next day. If the dream was distressing, he was melancholy. In speaking of the awakening of ideas of past war experiences in sleep, Dr. Mott says, quoting, "For besides those cases which wake up in a fright and cold sweat, there have been numerous instances of soldiers who have walked in their sleep, and many others have talked, shouted out orders, and cried out in alarm, as if again engaged in battle. Some of these have been mutes. But the strangest phenomena of forgotten dreams of soldiers suffering with shell shock are observed in those in their sleep who act as though they were back in the trenches, engaged in battle, and go through all the pantomime of fighting with bomb, with bayonet, with machine gun, and with rifle, and yet remember nothing of these happenings when they awake." Unquote. Dr. George W. Kreil reports the following in his book: "The sleep of the exhausted soldier has but one discordant note, and that is the dream of battle. The dream is always the same, always of the enemy. It is never a pleasant pastoral dream, or a dream of home, but a dream of the charge, of the bursting shell, of the bayonet thrust. Again and again, in camp and in hospital afterwards, in spite of the great desire to sleep, a desire so great that the dressing of a compound fracture would not be felt, men sprang up with a battle cry and reached for their rifles, the dream outcry startling their comrades, whose thresholds were exceedingly low to the stimuli of attack. In the hospital wards, battle nightmares were common, and several wounded men would often spring out of their beds. An unexpected analogy to this battle nightmare was found in the anesthetic dreams. Precisely the same battle nightmare that occurred in sleep occurred when soldiers were going under or coming out of anesthesia, when they would often struggle valiantly, for the anesthetic dream related not to the home scene, not to some dominating activation of peaceful days, but always to the enemy, and usually to a surprise attack. One day, a French soldier in the first stage of anesthesia broke the stillness of the operating room, transfixing everyone, while in low, beautiful tones, and with intense feeling, he sang the Marseillaise. Dreaming and insanity. Dreaming and insanity are often compared. In both, the sense of time is wanting. Events that would really take days or months to occur appear to transpire in a very short time. In both, illusions, delusions, and hallucinations are considered real. In both, physical sensations are distorted. Thus, hypochondriacs sometimes attribute cutaneous sensations to spiders and other animals crawling over their bodies, just as may the dreamer. In both, wishes come true. The dreamer is rich, powerful, beloved, just as the insane are great inventors, painters, kings, etc. Because of these and other points of similarity, the insane person has been termed a constant dreamer, differing from the normal person in that the latter dreams by night. Sir Walter Scott has Oldbuck say, quoting, "I see no difference betwixt them, dreams, and the hallucinations of madness. The unguided horses run away with the carriage in both cases, only in the one the coachman is drunk, and in the other he slumbers." What says our Marcus Tullius? Si insanorum vises fides, non est habenda, cur creditur somnientum visis, quae multo etiam perterhatiora sunt, non intelligo. Unquote. Translated, if truth must not be placed in the visions of the insane, I do not understand why you should believe the visions of sleep, which are even more disturbed. It is interesting to note that, in some instances, disturbing dreams may hasten or usher in an outbreak of insanity where the seeds of the latter are present. These dreams often resemble the beliefs which characterize the type of insanity from which the individual suffers. Hammond tells us of a man who awoke one night and told his wife that a large fortune had been left him by a miner in California. He then went to sleep and repeated the dream in the morning. The idea that a fortune had been left him persisted for 12 years, though in other respects the man was normal. Another interesting feature is that, after recovery, the insane often refer to their former state as one long dream, pleasant or unpleasant according to the nature of the insanity. Instances are recorded where, for some time after recovery, the individual was tortured in dreams by the same delusions as existed during the period of mental enfeeblement. Sometimes, recovery from insanity occurs like the awakening from sleep, and the individual either forgets the entire period of mental derangement or remembers and is confused by various memories which seem to be fragments of dreams. While the dreams of the insane are apt to be variable, in general they have some resemblance to the type of mental disease from which they suffer. Thus, the maniac tends to have wild, disordered dreams. The melancholiac's dreams are depressing or accusative. The general paralytic tends to have dreams in which he is a person of importance, etc. To many of us, the acts of the insane seem as absurd as the acts in dreams. However, when we understand dream life, we find much that is rational in dreams when interpreted, and which may or may not be useful in understanding the mental life of the individual. If we understand the mechanism of dreams, we are apt to have a better insight into the mental life of the insane, for the mental activities of the dreamer and the insane are largely governed by unconscious motives. For example, a certain lady has an obsession for the strictest cleanliness of her person and her surroundings. She is constantly washing herself, sweeping the floor, dusting, washing clothes, etc. Her acts so interfere with her usefulness that she is sent to a sanitarium. But when her mental life is analyzed, it is found that there is a sense of moral uncleanliness deep within her mind. Possibly because of a base thought or an observation, she feels polluted, and the thought so dominates her as to deprive her of normal thought and action. Her attempt to keep herself and her surroundings absolutely free from dirt is simply a reaction to her inner sense of uncleanliness. If the above example strikes the reader as absurd, then it might be pointed out that Shakespeare gave an almost similar illustration more than 300 years ago. In Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 1, the doctor and the gentlewoman are discussing the illness of Lady Macbeth. The latter, in an act of sleepwalking, makes an appearance. The doctor: "What is it she does now? Look how she rubs her hands." The gentlewoman: "It is an accustomed action with her, to seem thus washing her hands. I have known her to continue this a quarter of an hour." Further in the scene, Lady Macbeth reveals that it is the stain of blood which she is endeavoring to remove from her hands. The stain is really on her conscience. Of course, the insane person is irrational, but if we were able to see things as he does, we would comprehend the significance of his acts, and would not be so prone to laugh at his foolishness. His every act and thought have a meaning, and it is by a study of them that the modern psychologist or psychiatrist is able to discover the nature of the insane person's reasoning. Understanding this, a wealth of light is thrown upon the case of mental impairment, and its cure, if possible, is facilitated. Dream states. Very interesting conditions, in some respects resembling dreams, particularly somnambulism, are the so-called fugues, dream states or multiple personalities, in which persons lose their identities for days, weeks, months, or longer, and conduct themselves in a manner foreign to their usual selves. Sometimes the loss of identity is ushered in by a feeling as if a blow had been struck on the back of the head. This is quite typical of cases that are due to hysteria. Attacks may also result from injuries, drunkenness, epilepsy, poisons, and mental shocks. In the simple forms of dream states, the person leaves home and entirely forgets all facts concerning his or her previous identity. In a distant city, the person may take up a new business under a different name, and usually conducts himself or herself in an honorable manner. Unfortunately, while in the dream state, the person may marry or make weighty business contracts, and when the true personality again manifests itself, there is no knowledge of these actions, which naturally causes much confusion. While in the dream state, all thoughts of home are suppressed. Certain ideas hold consciousness, and the individual acts honestly in assuming a new name. He acts as he would be expected to act under the circumstances. As far as awareness goes, the person does not know that he or she bore another name, or that a different existence is being lived. Eventually, after a night's rest, a thought of home, or the reading of a newspaper containing an account of the disappearance, the real personality is restored. The individual is then at a loss to explain how he or she came into the present location, or to account for the actions since leaving home. By special psychological methods, these lost memories may be restored. Many interesting cases have been described. In the Bourne case, cited by James, a carpenter and itinerant preacher named Ansel Bourne of Greene, Rhode Island, went to a bank in Providence, drew some money to pay for a lot of land, paid some bills, and got on a Pawtucket car. This was the last incident he remembered. His personality having undergone a change, he arrived in Norristown, Pennsylvania, rented a small shop, and carried on a confectionery and fruit business with credit, under the name of A.J. Brown. One morning, almost 4 months after leaving Green, he awoke with a fright, asked where he was, said he knew nothing about his keeping a shop, etc., and that the last thing he remembered was his drawing money out of the bank in Providence, that this seemed only yesterday. He was thought to be insane, but communication with his relatives made everything right. It is worthy of mention that the most complete descriptions of the complex types of multiple personality were first described by American authors. From 10 to 15 different personalities have been encountered in the same individual. Sleep drunkenness. This is the name given to a peculiar state in which a person confuses the dream world with the actual world. On being roused from sleep, naturally or artificially, the motor centers awake sufficiently for the individual to perform movements, but the dream continues. The dream has often been instigated by the awakening. Persons and objects present are mistaken for dream figures. Many sad effects have resulted from such confusion. Instances are recorded of persons, while in the condition of sleep drunkenness, mistaking others near them for robbers and killing them. Fortunately, the condition is rare, and may be considered as a disorder of the hypnagogic state. Hammond gives many examples, among them the following. Quoting, "A gentleman was roused one night by his wife, who heard the street doorbell ring. He got up, without paying attention to what she said, dragged the sheets off the bed, tore them hurriedly into strips, and proceeded to tie the pieces together. She finally succeeded in bringing him to himself, when he said that he thought the house was on fire, and he was providing means for their escape. He did not recollect having had any dream of the kind, but he was under the impression that the idea had occurred to him at the instant of his waking. Another was suddenly aroused from a sound sleep by the slamming of a window shutter by the wind. He sprang instantly from his bed, and, seizing a chair that was near, hurled it with all his strength against the window. The noise of the breaking glass awakened him. He explained that he imagined someone was trying to get into the house, and had let his pistol fall on the floor, thereby producing the noise which had startled him." Unquote. Over-fatigue and ill health may predispose to this affliction. Usually, it occurs only in persons who are neurotically unstable. When the condition exists, the individual is potentially dangerous, and should sleep in a room by himself. At times, some experience of strong emotional tone may be the background for the disorder. However caused, it should receive the attention of a skilled medical psychologist. Chapter 15. The Analysis of Dreams. Nervous troubles are conceded to be very prevalent. By nervous troubles, the well-informed layperson brings to mind neurasthenia, hysteria, nervous indigestion, insomnia, worries of various kinds, etc. However, physicians find, not infrequently, that many disorders which are usually considered as being due to some physical impairment are removed often without the aid of drugs, rest, travel, massage, and other therapeutic agents commonly employed when physical error exists. For example, By bringing to light some painful experience of the past, or by solving some problem which is disturbing mental equilibrium, such ills as palpitation of the heart, backache, fainting attacks, some asthmas, some forms of defective vision, hearing, speech, etc., have been cured. Considering the means by which a cure was effected in these cases, it is justifiable to place them among impairments as may be of a so-called nervous origin. Nervous troubles differ from physical troubles in many ways. For one thing, they cause more unhappiness. As we all know, it is much easier to bear a physical pain than a mental one. Again, physical ills are usually accompanied by some demonstrable change in the organs. For example, if a person develops bulging eyes, tremors, and certain other symptoms, we will generally find that he has an enlargement of the thyroid gland, which will account for his complaints. While some nervous disorders, such as locomotor ataxia, are accompanied by disease of the nerves, which is demonstrable, and while some forms of nervousness are dependent upon a discoverable, though often unsuspected, error of vision, high blood pressure, etc., most nervous people are free from any organic disease of the physical nervous structures that would account for their symptoms. People do not die from nervousness. Should a nervous person die, say from accident, and were we permitted to perform a post-mortem examination, we would discover nothing that would account for the complaints made during life. There is, of course, a cause for everything, and as far as nervousness is concerned, there are a number of possible explanations. A poor heredity has been much censured. Its evils cannot be mitigated, but it is probably true that it does not play as much of a part as we have thought in the causation of ordinary nervous afflictions. Faulty pedagogy deserves considerable blame, and if this universal fault were remedied, it is safe to say that the number of future neurotics would be small. Neglect of personal hygiene, absence of occupation, insufficient recreation, the strenuous life, etc., are factors worthy of more attention than many give them. Among other causes of nervousness, and physical ills also, unhappy suggestion is important. From childhood, some persons live in an environment where pessimism rules, where slight disorders are magnified, and where everything tends to foster self-consciousness. A sensitive disposition is acquired, easily wounded by slight affronts, which tends to render the individual very impressionable and too much concerned with self, and susceptibility to worry and other undesirable traits follows. Unhappy suggestion may, however, come from within. Thus, a person, possibly because he has too much spare time at his disposal, may become unduly concerned with his body's activities, for lack of other occupation. He reads health books unceasingly, and applies every pathological thing he reads about to himself. His heart may palpitate because of a temporary excitement or going upstairs rapidly, and his attention then focuses on the heart. The more he becomes excited, the faster his heart beats, and in place of figuring that his emotion is responsible for the palpitation, he reasons that the latter is diseased and responsible for his emotion. A slight pain in the stomach draws his attention there, and the more he broods over his digestion, the worse his stomach feels. Today, it should be common knowledge that worry upsets all proper activity of the physical organs, and unless a person learns to employ only a reasonable concern over his physical welfare, he is likely to be the victim of all sorts of impairments, mostly imaginary. Sometimes, too, persons continue to suffer from an impairment from which they should have recovered speedily. For instance, a person may have had a backache due to muscle strain. He does not respond to treatment, however. Secretly, he fears that he has kidney disease, which he regards as very serious. Until he ceases brooding, which he may do by unburdening his mind to a physician, he will continue to suffer from pain in his back, and to become more mentally and physically harassed from day to day. A striking example of the influence of unhappy suggestion is afforded in the case of a young lady who fell from her bicycle a few years ago. Her injury was slight, and there were no permanent injuries received, yet her state has grown progressively worse. She has become pale, thin, despondent, has no appetite, and is a host of worries. Apart from occasional hours in a wheelchair, she is practically bedridden. The real reason why she has failed to get well is an unhappy suggestion from her parents. Day in and out, her over-solicitous parents sigh over her, ask visitors in her presence if they don't think she is looking very bad, express the opinion that she'll never get well, etc. The young lady has, or had, a bright future before her, and could be appealed to, but all efforts to inspire encouragement are offset by the home suggestions. The patient may be more impressionable than the average, yet it would indeed be a strong-minded individual who, especially when sick, would not succumb to constant pessimism. Naturally, the parents do not know and cannot be convinced of the harm they are doing, and as long as present conditions obtain, it is doubtful if the lady's invalidism and unhappiness will depart. This sad example should impress upon us the great value of optimism and the evils of pessimism, especially in the presence of the sick. The sick are all ears, and pills and potions will avail them little if antagonized by melancholy. It matters not that the sick one is only a child. It drinks as deeply of gloom as does an adult. While attention might be called to other more or less common inciters of nervousness, what we wish to emphasize here are those cases which are not due to causes commonly understood. For instance, we meet with patients who are apparently in good physical health, who are intelligent, who live in optimistic surroundings, who have every apparent reason to be happy. Many have faced death several times without flinching, yet they are the prey of fears which would be called foolish by any but physicians. Thus, to illustrate by a simple example, a man who is a tower of physical strength and willpower to all appearances comes to the physician complaining of indigestion, insomnia, backache, or what not. These complaints the physician finds are but reflections of some mental problem or worry, and the thing which is really at the bottom of the patient's ills is found to be a concern with street cars. Street cars, the patient says embarrassedly, make him feel nervous and afraid. He is anxious, doubtful, and disturbed whenever he sees or hears one, thinks of one, or is on the street where there are streetcar tracks. He is troubled even by trains. Should he ride in a train, he is uneasy until the journey is over. He does not know why he should cringe before so illogical a fear, yet he feels powerless in preventing it. He admits the folly of it, but his own reasoning and that of others does not mend matters. Generally, he says, he suffers from this phobia but slightly. When business, domestic, or other problems are trying, it seems to come to new life and vigor, and to remain with him for months after his other problems have been removed. It is evident that he is unhappy and mentally tortured. These cases are the most difficult of solution. It does no good to reason with the patient or advise him not to worry, and there is no pill which will dissolve his mental thorn. Years of experience among just such patients have shown psychologists, however, that in many instances of unreasonable fears, obsessions, impulses, etc., the underlying cause is some past painful experience which has been forgotten. In the example given above, it is found that many years ago the patient was in a streetcar accident in which several people were killed. He was very much frightened at the time, and the incident remained in his memory for quite a while. But because he did not like to think of it, since it disturbed his mental peace, he had repressed the memory every time it tried to come to consciousness, and gradually the memory faded from consciousness and from recollection. In other words, he forgot about it. Though forgotten, it still lived, buried among other past experiences, where it became a disturber of the mental harmony. Doubtless it will be difficult for many readers to understand how unpleasant experiences of the past, which are not within voluntary recall, can cause strange worries of one sort or another. Each of us has had many painful experiences, but we do not seem to be much the worse for them. However, if asked for an explanation, we might say that the persons most likely to suffer because of these experiences are the so-called sensitive or impressionable. Their mental peace is easily disturbed. Again, many of the experiences are received in childhood, when the mind is very open to suggestion, and when the reasoning powers are immature. Often, too, the experiences are repressed and kept out of consciousness. If the individual were not inclined to take things too much to heart, if he reasoned that his experience in question was powerless to harm him further, if he did not strive to keep it from consciousness, he would not be likely to suffer. Since the opposite conditions obtain in many persons, painful experiences often become firmly impressed upon the mind. They are card-catalogued as harmful with a capital H. Then it happens that the individual meets with something which has a resemblance to the painful incidents of the past, which stirs up the unconscious mind where the memories repose. The latter prompts consciousness to be on guard, that there is some danger in the thing met with. What danger there could be in them is unknown. The memories have been forgotten, and thus the motive of the unconscious mind is hidden. However we choose to regard what has been said, clinical testimony gives ample evidence of the continuity of painful experiences in certain persons. It also demonstrates how quickly a cure is effected once the painful memory is exposed. This is natural, because we lose fear and are willing to fight valiantly once we know the nature of our antagonist. If we do not know which one of countless possible dangers we are to face, we tend to be timorous and afraid of almost everything. Thanks to the patient research of medical psychologists, many useful methods have been devised whereby the mind may be explored and its thorns plucked out. Unlike the body, the mind cannot be X-rayed, osculated, subject to various chemical tests. Again, very few object to physical examinations, but countless are averse to revealing their thoughts, and the patient is often not of very great help. Unlike the man who has heart disease, he does not complain about his heart and direct our attention to this organ. The nervous person complains of a variety of troubles that might be due to any number of causes. Thus, the task of the medical psychologist is quite great. At one time, hypnotism was much used for mental exploration, and it was found to be valuable in some instances. However, it is being employed less and less. Many persons cannot be hypnotized. Many object to it. Many are unsuitable for it, and there exists a common prejudice against it. Another method is the so-called hypnoidization method of situs. In this, the patient remains as quiet as possible, keeping his attention fixed for some time on a stimulus, as the monotonous beats of a metronome. When this is over, the patient is asked to concentrate on the symptoms relating to his malady, and tell freely the thoughts that come to him. By this method, it is often found that many unpleasant, forgotten incidents of the past can be resurrected. Still another method is the word association test employed by Young and others. A list of 100 common words is prepared, and the patient is asked to mention the first word that comes to his mind when a word from the list is called. By testing normal persons, or persons free from mental complexes, it has been found that those free from complexes respond in a definite time. The neurotic takes longer when certain words which have a relation to his trouble are called. The delays in responding, as well as other deviations, are taken as indicative of association with the complex. The delays are caused because the certain words remind the unconscious of something unpleasant. By coming back to these words and asking the patient to allow his thoughts to flow freely in association with them, buried experiences are often reproduced. Breuer, and later his pupil Freud, were employing hypnotism in the treatment of certain nervous afflictions in the 1880s. They discovered that by merely bringing to light a painful experience of the past, the nervous troubles often disappeared. Freud later gave up hypnotism, having devised a method which he considered much superior to it. In this method, he placed his patients in a quiescent state, free from distractions, and asked them to relate whatever thoughts came to their mind, whether or not the thoughts seemed to have any relation to their maladies. He found that one idea led to another in this way, so that the experience which was causing trouble was arrived at eventually. He also found that the patients often came to a point during the procedure where they refused to continue. They said that the thought which had come up was too silly, had nothing to do with their sickness, etc. By urging them to continue without reserve, he learned that the desire to terminate the examination was due to something unpleasant which had come to the patient's mind, and which he did not care to divulge. As a result of his investigations, Freud arrived at the conclusion that neurotics were neurotics because they repressed from mind certain shocks, griefs, desires, etc., which were usually of a painful nature, and which one does not like to think about. These repressed thoughts became unconscious, and made themselves externally manifest only indirectly in the form of various physical and mental disorders, which, when thoroughly studied, had a striking resemblance to the repressed material. Further, Freud came to the belief that most of the experiences were received in childhood, and that they were related to the sex life of an individual. By sex, however, the grossly sexual is not implied, but whatever may relate to the love life of an individual. It thus refers to the yearning for love, for marriage, for children, for affection of a parent, etc. Freud named his method of mental exploration the psychoanalytic method, or psychoanalysis. His followers are called psychoanalysts. In place of resorting to such free associations as may be obtained in the above manner, psychoanalysts almost invariably center their attention on the patient's dreams. Since they are followers of Freud, the dream is of great significance to them, particularly for the solution of nervous troubles. Dreams are free thoughts, which are symbolic of the ideas responsible for neurotic symptoms, though modified by the endopsychic censor. The dream may appear nonsensical, yet it arises from mental operations, and it has a definite meaning when fully analyzed. When fully analyzed, it is replete with information relative to the material with which the psychic life is stored, and indicates the complexes and other disturbing factors which are causing disharmony. When the psychoanalyst intends to study his patient's dreams, he asks the patient to relate a dream he or she has had recently. Naturally, many persons say they never dream, but usually they find that they are mistaken. Even should a dream be not recalled, the patient may be asked to make up a dream, and it is believed these artificial dreams do as well. After writing down the dream, the patient is asked to let his thoughts flow freely in connection with the dream. The psychoanalyst may take up the first sentence and then pass on to the next, or he may select certain parts. The thoughts that the patient expresses may be written down by the analyzer, or the latter may simply listen to the patient. Finally, when the whole dream has been analyzed, the psychoanalyst decides just which experiences of the patient's life, as revealed by the analysis, are responsible for the present ills. He may reach a conclusion after the study of one dream. More often, the analysis of several dreams is required. When he discovers the cause of the patient's nervousness, he explains this to him and utilizes his knowledge of normal and abnormal psychology in other ways toward restoring mental equilibrium. The analysis of a simple dream, occupying not more than 2 or 3 lines when written, would require a dozen or more pages. It might be mentioned that one writer has published a dream analysis which covered 76 printed pages. For this reason, we cannot go into the actual analysis except in a general way. The following are a few examples which will give the reader some idea of the application of this method. Dr. Coriat of Boston has described the interesting case of a girl, aged 11, who was blind, had a nervous cough, convulsions, and other troubles of a nervous nature. An examination of the eyes and other parts of the body revealed no organic disease that would account for her various disorders. It was learned that the little girl had gradually become blind while her mother was absent for a few weeks, during which time partial care of the house and the younger children was forced upon her. She resented this labor, since it interfered with her play. It was also learned that she was very jealous of the younger children. She had accused her parents at Christmas of taking more interest in her brothers and sisters' presents than in hers. She felt badly unless her mother took her to entertainments to the exclusion of the other children. The conclusion was arrived at that the girl was a victim of hysteria. Her troubles were not due to some actual organic disease, but to a mental conflict. Jealous and resentful, the idea came to her that the family labor would be taken away from her and she could play again if she were sick. If she became blind, she would not see the unpleasant surroundings, nor the children of whom she was jealous. Doubtless she had no actual wish that she become so ill as to be so much of an invalid as she proved to be, but the conflict assumed the upper hand. While a trained medical psychologist like Coriat might be able to have a good understanding of the nature of the little girl's troubles without resorting to a study of her dreams, the latter proved of great usefulness, both in demonstrating the cause of and the way to cure her maladies. In her dreams, she saw the children of her household disposed of in various ways, revealing her jealousy of them and her desire to have them out of the way. From her dreams, it was also learned that she liked to be at school and at play. She was forbidden to go to school, to play, to read, etc., until such time as her sight should be restored. Realizing that nothing was to be gained by continued illness, she soon recovered her sight, and her nervous troubles disappeared. Dr. Brill of New York had a young lady as a patient who would be diagnosed as a neurasthenic. She was depressed, ate poorly, saw no object in living, smiled sadly, and was averse to talking about her troubles. When asked if she dreamed, she, like many other persons, replied in the negative. However, though incredulous as to the value of dream analysis in aiding her recovery, she managed to bring the following dream. Quoting, "I dreamed that I was in a lonely country place and was anxious to reach my home, but could not get there. Every time I made a move, there was a wall in my way. It looked like a street full of walls. My legs were as heavy as lead. I could only walk very slowly, as if I were very weak or very old. Then there was a flock of chickens, but that seemed to be in a crowded city street, and they, the chickens, ran after me, and the biggest of all said something like, 'Come with me into the dark.'" Unquote. To the dreamer, this dream seemed very nonsensical. However, an analysis of it revealed many interesting facts. For instance, when asked to tell what came to her mind in association with the word chicken, she said that she remembered only the biggest chicken in the dream. The other chickens appeared blurred. This chicken was unusually big, had a long neck, and spoke to her. The street in which she saw it recalled the place where she used to go to school, and the block was always crowded with school children. She then recalled her happy school days, and a beau who was lanky and thin, and who had a long neck. Her girl friends would say to her when they saw him, "Belle, here comes your chicken." Thus, the chicken of the dream symbolized her girlhood sweetheart. Further study showed that she had kept up an acquaintance with this sweetheart, and that he had asked her to marry him 3 times. She had always refused because she was not sure that she loved him. She had decided to accept him the next time he proposed, but he had not proposed again. Shortly before becoming ill, she had been told that he was courting another young lady. The obstacle to her accepting him had been a matter of money, symbolized by the street full of walls, as in Wall Street. The phrase, "Come with me into the dark," meant a wish for another proposal and marriage, the latter signifying to her mystery or secrecy. Briefly, her illness was caused by her brooding, unconscious fears that her lover may make no further effort to win her. Her dream, this fact revealed plainly, and the lady understood it very well once the dream was explained. By means of the same dream, she was convinced that she really loved her former suitor. A cure of her ills, as well as a happy marriage, soon followed. In the treatment of terrifying dreams and nervous disorders due to or aggravated by war conditions, study of the patient's dreams has proved of great utility. Thus, Captain Culpin reports a number of examples. He believes that the men who suffered from war dreams, in which great terror was always present, had been trying to forget incidents of an emotional tone which were repugnant to their feelings. The emotional elements that had been repressed appeared in dreams, however, though the incidents with which they were connected might appear in symbolic form, and the emotion of the dream may be the only true or undisguised part of the dream. Once the repressed memories are brought to consciousness, the distressing dreams and other troubles disappear. As Culpin remarks, it may be difficult for many of us to understand how, by merely bringing to mind repressed disagreeable incidents, a cure can be effected. However, clinical experience amply demonstrates that this actually occurs. In Culpin's cases, no effort was made to analyze the dreams thoroughly. He had his patients relate their dreams to him, asked a few questions about the dreams, and explained what repression meant. Questioning alone would reveal the repressed memory if it were not too deeply embedded in the mind. In such cases, by getting the patient to talk about the incident, a cure was quickly effected. This method, which he terms free association, was not often successful. Next, he asked the patient to close his eyes and visualize the dream in an attempt to discover the portion causing terror. By dwelling on the latter feature, an emotional state was produced, and the patient often became greatly excited as the repressed memory came up. A scrap of dream sufficed. Even the words said in the dream or the emotion felt on awaking. This method he calls sleep association. While a thorough analysis of the dream is advisable, inasmuch as this is apt to give the best results, the method employed by Culpin might prove useful when extensive analysis is impracticable. To apply dream analysis successfully, a thorough knowledge of normal and abnormal psychology is, of course, indispensable. The following are 2 examples selected from Culpin's cases. Quoting: Dream. On a bombing raid. Captured by Germans. Terror. Open association negative. Sleep association. He gave a story of going over the top and being captured and in fear of death. The story was an elaboration of the dream, but he told it as if it were true. I held him to the fear of being killed, and suddenly there came up the true story, viz., the raid ended in the enemy's trenches. The Germans would not come out of their dugouts, and our men bombed them. The patient felt considerable emotion at the time, and the revival produced it. At the next interview, all was forgotten, including the dream, and my account of the episode was not recognized. Sleep association led to a repetition of the dream 3 times before I could get the true story. At the end of treatment, the story could be told without emotion. Second dream. Patient was a pre-war psychasthenic with a fear of being followed, fear of water, ticks, and not enough confidence to do his own shopping. Nevertheless, he had served 3 years in France in the RAMC. He had a recurring dream for years of being chased by someone big who caught him. He kicked his captor, but could not hurt him, and the latter then beat him. No questions were asked, nor was any explanation given, but he was sent to talk to the dreamer of number 14. At the next interview, he said he felt his dream must be like the other man's, but he could not recall anything. Being told that he could, he suddenly covered his face with his hands and showed extreme terror, refusing to tell what had come up. At last the following story was obtained. He went skating, contrary to his mother's orders, and one boy fell through the ice and was drowned. The others ran home and said nothing. Next day a policeman came to the house, and the boy bolted out and was caught by the policeman, whom he kicked and who hit him with a cane. The policeman took him home, and he received a beating from his mother. At the inquest, the coroner first upbraided him and then told him to forget. Incredible as it may seem to one unfamiliar with repression, the patient had completely forgotten the incident. Unquote. While there is much criticism relative to the theories on which the psychoanalytic method is based and applied, if we are to judge by the published case reports, the method has proved useful in the treatment of various nervous disorders not dependent upon organic disease. And any method which will minister to a mind diseased, pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow, cleanse the stuffed bosom of that perilous stuff that weighs upon the heart, deserves attention. However, since psychoanalysis is the fad of the day, it is hoped that the reader will not conclude that it is a panacea, and that it is superior to all other forms of treatment. As a matter of fact, many nervous troubles can be removed more simply and with less time and money expenditure than this method usually requires. Should one resort to it, then he should be sure that he consults one who is well trained, for much harm can be done by an inexperienced psychoanalyst. It might be mentioned that many medical psychologists study their patients' dreams, though they do not all regard them as of such importance as the Freudian school. Those of us who fail to understand how dream analysis can be helpful may look upon it merely as a clue to the cause of the nervous disorder. Dreams are free thoughts, and if there is anything upon the mind to oppress it, it is apt to make an appearance in dreams. For, as Shakespeare says, "Infected minds to their deaf pillows do discharge their secrets." Since the dream is reminiscent, and since the experience which may be the cause of nervousness may have occurred long ago, the dream is a good place to look for clues to those parts of the mental life which are in a state of turmoil. Obviously, an understanding of the causes and cure of nervous disorders requires much education and training. Therefore, it would be folly for anyone who does not have this education to attempt to treat these afflictions, by dream analysis or not. Chapter 16 Day Dreams, Part 1. The average person would hardly consider ordinary daydreams, in which practically everyone indulges, more or less, as matters of any special significance. It happens, however, that they have often a pronounced influence, for good or ill, upon our everyday acts, our character, our success, our happiness, and our mental and physical health. This being the case, they cannot be dismissed lightly, as warranting no consideration. Practically everyone understands what is meant by daydreams. States of half-dreaming, half-thinking, intermediate between the sleeping and the waking state, in which one allows his thoughts to flow as they will, without any conscious check. They are little mental excursions away from the world of reality to a world where wishes have come true. They are common to everyone. To some they are but occasional visitors, others entertain them constantly. Often they come uninvited, subtly yet easily luring us away from the work we have in hand. And it is often with an effort that we shake them off and get back to the world's work. Some invite them, are addicted to them as much as the drug addict to his narcotic. And these reveries are like a narcotic. They produce a temporary pleasure, followed by a despondency, and the more they are employed, the more do they enslave. Further, the more fantastic must they become to produce the same satisfaction. Usually, they go forward and picture the future in a rosy light. Sometimes they paint an unhappy one. They may go backward, dealing with pleasant experiences of the past. Sometimes, however, they deal with what might have been, with what we would like to forget and are unhappy. Daydreams are, of course, wish fulfillments. They indicate what we are striving for, what we would like to possess, or what we consider necessary that our cup of joy may be full. However, it is natural to want more than what we have or can attain, no matter how fortunate we may be. Wishes are common to the beggar as well as the king. They are every man's inheritance, through a long line of ancestors, and to which every one clings tenaciously until the game of life is played to an end. The babe, prior to its birth, has no consciousness, no desires. Secure in its mother's womb, it is kept warm. It has no necessity for breathing, for seeing, for hearing. It is fed by the mother, the acts of eating and digestion being unnecessary. In short, it is more comfortable than it will ever be again. Once it comes into the world, it has difficulties to face. Desire assumes control of it. It now must eat, digest, eliminate, see, hear, breathe. Heat and cold trouble it. Sounds and lights disturb it, and many other things upset its comfort. Fortunately, its desires are quickly gratified, even anticipated by the fond parents. As it grows older, desire grows also, and the desires are not always requisite desires, but plainly such as are selfish, yet which promote comfort. The child cries to be rocked to sleep when this is not necessary. It seeks nourishment when it has obtained sufficient for its needs. Later on, some of these desires may be given up, while others take their place. The child wants a horse or the moon, almost everything it sees. If it cannot have the real want, it will often be appeased by a substitute. For example, it will be satisfied with a stick or a rocking horse in lieu of a real horse. Still later, in adult life, the wants become greater, more varied, and more complex. Their ease of attainment becomes more difficult, and substitutes are no longer satisfactory. The chief wants are those which satisfy hunger, the love of action, the love of man for woman and woman for man. In hunger, we employ the term in a broad sense. It covers hunger for food and drink, for riches, for automobiles, for yachts, all material things that promote comfort. The love of action means love of work. If not work for others, then work which we like. Work that will satisfy our desire for occupation, for glory, for leadership. The love of man for woman and woman for man needs no explanation. But, it would appear, some force is always working against one's happiness, as if to prevent him from gratifying the craving for comfort which is instinctive in him. The opposition appears early. Though the child could eat in a manner that suited it, though it could disregard the laws of society relative to nature's wants, though it could dress and undress without scruple, it soon learns that it must repress these activities for some reason. They are no longer tolerated, but frowned upon. It learns also that there are things it cannot have, that it cannot do. It must submit to the parents' wishes. Even when older, after he leaves the family, he finds forces that act as a check towards satisfying the desires to go the easiest way, or to gratify the pleasurable instincts. The laws of state say there are things he must not do under pain of fine or imprisonment. The Church likewise makes known its exactions. The community in which he lives forces him to live up to the standards required by that community. His family exerts pressure upon him. The nation makes exactions upon him, and he must pay taxes which he does not like. In time of war, the nation appeals to his patriotism, and at other times strives to bend him to do its will. If he cannot be cajoled or shamed, he will be forced to bend. The individual is also at war within himself. There are desires he consciously or unconsciously wishes gratified, but he must repress them. They are not such as would be proper for one of his social standing, his standing in the church, his better self. Further, his body gets disordered and robs him of comfort. His finances, his health, his natural or artificial sloth strive to prevent him from obtaining the wishes dear to his heart. In short, man is a bundle of desires. No matter how fortunate his birth or his current circumstances, he always wants something, and it seems as if one thing or another acts as an obstacle to the realization of the want. While man wants many things, there is usually one thing that he wants most of all, and which, if realized, would content him. Or so he thinks. But we know from experience that when one want is realized, a new one takes its place. Toward this special want, man will react in one of several ways. In the first place, if he wants hard enough, if his want is possible for one like himself to attain, if it is one that can be honorably attained, he may put his shoulder to the wheel and work to the best of his ability toward reaching his goal. If he is courageous, he will not be downhearted or dissuaded from his course by obstacles. These will stimulate greater effort and make that want all the more desirable. And, if he is like the majority of ordinary mortals, His want will seem necessary to his happiness, because he has highly colored it in his reveries, and has pictured the time when realization will replace anticipation. But, in addition, his thoughts have been constructive, directed toward removing the obstacles to attainment. His daydreams simply serve to maintain his effort, and they are often the destroyers of discouragement. The writer has in mind a physician who, having had to work his way through college, often became discouraged and thought of giving up the struggle. However, at such times, his daydreams, in which he pictured himself working among deformed children, for whom he had always a tender feeling, were sufficient to stimulate him, so that he won the fight. Daydreams that are accompanied by effort, that stimulate one to accomplish some useful work, are good for a man in every way. Such dreams have resulted in inventions and works of art and literature, have peopled the professions with boys who sprang from humble homes. Work is the law, and other things being equal, nothing exists but what can be conquered by it. However, work that requires self-sacrifice and perseverance, work that is not conducive to one's constant comfort, is not very popular. Thus, many who are unwilling to put forth the necessary effort, or who have not the health or other requisites which would make the want possible of attainment, will be apt to react to the want in a different way. They seek to delude themselves into the belief that what they wish is not really necessary for their happiness, but by their actions reveal that they have failed to convince themselves of this. Instead of bending their energies toward something they can attain easily, they constantly seek flaws in the want, or in those that already possess it. For example, a person may desire a college education, but because he does not care to study, or work his way, or to put up with any other inconveniences that might be necessary, he seeks consolation, of the sour grape variety, in paying particular attention to the number of college graduates who have failed to make a success in life, or the number of non-college men who have proved great successes. He enjoys the sarcastic remarks directed against college men by non-college men. He is ever ready to deride the merits of any college man he meets on the least provocation. We hear others denouncing the rich, who know all the flaws of our prominent people. We see examples in everyday life of girls who deride the beauty or clothes of another girl, or men who scoff at the wage another is said to receive, or his popularity, etc. Constructive criticism is always welcomed, yet we fail to find any of such criticism in the few examples given above. And if those who adapted themselves to their ungranted wishes in such a way realized that they betray themselves to the well-educated person, they would not be so prone to pass their opinions. By their words and their acts, they show us that they want something that someone else has, that they would really like to have what another person possesses, that the denial of the want has made them bitter. They are simply projecting their own difficulties to someone or something else. They hurt no one but themselves. Their wish is real, and pretense cannot drown it. They are putting themselves on the path of becoming envious, hateful creatures. Envy simply means that we want something someone else has. If the thing is wanted badly, envy leads to hate. All hate is destructive, chiefly to one's self. Naturally, wishing to believe well of ourselves, we hate because our wishes have been opposed. The hate seems to come from the hated person, whereas it proceeds from within ourselves. An adaptation which turns one into an envious and otherwise undesirable person is, of course, faulty. It does not render the want less desirable, neither does it add to one's happiness. Instead, it makes one bitter, a chronic fault-finder. Those who make such faulty adaptations are to be found among those who have never a good word to say for anyone, who criticize every established institution and peddle gossip, whose judgment and criticism are worthless because they are distorted and proceed from an envious soul. These persons often wonder why they are disliked and unpopular. The fault lies within themselves. The proper mental adaptation to a want, which must for one reason or other be postponed or denied, would be to reason it out, something like one would a problem in arithmetic. If the want is impossible because it is too fantastic, or if one has not the ambition or the health requisite for its realization, then let him understand these things. Let him realize that the fault is within, not without. Or, if chance or circumstance stands in the way and cannot be put aside, then let him realize the futility of his want, and seek another that is possible. But, at the same time, let him take the disappointment philosophically, and not show envy when he encounters others who have what he would like to have, conscious of the fact that to show envy would be to exhibit that envy has got the best of him, and that bitterness destroys the better self. It may be argued that a person who could so react to a denied want that he entertained kindliness toward all and malice toward none would be a remarkable person. He would be remarkable indeed, since so few of us make any attempt to understand the apparently insignificant acts of daily life. We do not know, for instance, that when we berate a chair over which we have stumbled, or attempt to excuse our indisputable errors, that we are trying to throw off our own faults upon something else. It is more pleasurable to think others to blame rather than ourselves. Yet we will ever live and act like the primitive man unless we learn to know our own failings and strive to overcome the more or less instinctive tendencies urging us to take the easiest way. Once we know ourselves, we are less apt to make mistakes. We are more prone to correct existing errors, to go forward in life, in harmony with the world, but mostly with ourselves. There is another adaptation to a want that cannot be realized, similar to that described above as faulty, at least in so far as health is concerned. This consists in the absolute repression of the want. After a temporary conscious entertaining of it, the individual will think of it no more, possibly because it is forbidden, or because the mere thought of its being impossible causes pain. Every thought struggles for expression. Since the conscious mind will not entertain the thought, even in a daydream, it finds lodgment in the unconscious. There it lives an independent existence. It associates itself with other ideas, anything that has a relation to it in any way. Thus, if the want were riches, and if it were a strong desire, anything which entails dealing with money might cause the individual unrest, such as silverware, the color green, banks. The individual might not know the cause of the unrest, however, since the incident with which it was associated no longer comes to consciousness by reason of constant repression, and is forgotten as far as recall is concerned. If other wants, the conscious thoughts of which are painful, have likewise been repressed, these may also become unconscious, associate other ideas with themselves, and thus tend to destroy the individual's peace. We could understand how all this might occur if we have mastered the points mentioned in the chapter on night terrors. Further, the repressed wish may find expression in the shape of physical illness, which may be found symbolic of the wish. Open confession is good for the soul. If we do not or cannot make known our desires to others, and obtain their encouragement in going ahead with them, or logical sympathy coupled with a thorough understanding of the matter, then we should at least thresh out the subject within ourselves. Repression is harmful. This applies to joys as well as to sorrows. He who vents his anger and his laughter is far more apt to be healthy than one who hides them. It may not be polite or otherwise possible to give vent to our feelings at all times, yet the statement holds good. As regards a want which we cannot have realized, the best thing to do is force ourselves to think of it instead of refusing to think about it. If one does not do so now, it may become unconscious, and the services of a medical psychologist may be necessary to bring it to light, maybe years after, when one is the victim of fears and what not. Experience shows that merely bringing these repressed wishes to consciousness and a little advice by the psychologist are all that is necessary to cure the individual. Incidentally, it is worthy of repetition that some people who suffer from definite physical ills, such as indigestion, do not get well in spite of treatment. They may have a fear of cancer, which has once been entertained, but is repressed because it is painful to think about. Thoughts cannot be hidden, else we suffer from them. It is as if the mind realized that one feared certain thoughts, like the dog which growls as long as we show fear, but runs away when we take no notice. So with thoughts. Let them come out into the open, and their content be analyzed. Once they are properly understood, they may then be forgotten without danger of further trouble. Still another faulty adaptation to a want impossible of attainment, or possible if the individual put forth the effort he is unwilling to give, is to realize attainment by mere imagination, by daydreaming. This requires no work, no self-denial, no struggle. It is the easiest way, and it gives pleasure, though temporary. Yet, while vivid imagination holds its sway, the individual is happy, as if the desire were actually true. Possibly he is made more happy, since we all know that our anticipations are often more joyful than our realizations. However, the dreamer pays the price for his joy, though he may not be conscious of it. We are here referring, of course, to the habitual daydreamer, one whose days are filled with countless reveries. As before stated, we all have our daydreams, our castles in the air, but for many of us, they serve to stimulate our achieving what we desire. Again, they do not crowd in upon us so often that they detract from our work, our habits, or our power to think logically. It is something like taking a cup of tea or coffee at meals. Most people can use 1 cup at each meal without harm, if the beverage is properly prepared. However, these beverages are not necessary for life. They have no food value other than the cream and sugar added to them. They are simply used because of their drug effects and the sense of warmth and comfort they produce by their heat. But we meet with some people to whom these beverages are distinctly harmful in any amount. Likewise, occasional daydreams may not particularly harm most of us, if they are properly prepared. The latter means that if they are at all logical, possible of being realized, if they spur to action, or if they are moral. Like tea and coffee, they are not necessary for life. They give comfort and a sense of well-being. Their effects, too, wear away. Their food value, so to speak, lies only in whatever worth they may have in making life a little more endurable, or in keeping up courage. If, in place of using them occasionally, we use them twice as much, then we are apt to suffer as if we took the beverages too freely. And, like the beverages, there are some people to whom daydreams are harmful in any amount. The possible ill effects of habitual daydreaming are many and varied. It is possible for those so addicted to live in harmony with their fellows, but their tendency is to be bitter toward their fellows, especially those who apparently have achieved their desires. Since the more they dream, the more they are apt to feel that actual realization is necessary for their happiness, and to feel that their wish has been denied them for no fault of their own. The chronic daydreamer is also a person who avoids social intercourse. He finds his pleasures in dreaming, and he prefers to be alone so that his dreams may not be disturbed. Progress is practically impossible without social contact. He who retires into a shell, who avoids his fellows, robs himself of the great education received in the society of others. The same thoughts are constant. At least the imagination rules, and so the imagination becomes hypertrophied, while other parts of the brain atrophy from disuse. The fact that the individual has frequent recourse to reveries means on its face that he is unable to adequately adjust himself to the world. The hard places are too much for him. Such hard places as he meets in actual life wound him poignantly. For the more he dreams, the more sensitive does he become. One can never be a leader who cannot face bravely the trials the world forces one to meet. The school of hard knocks is the first school from which every one should hold a diploma. In the dream world, there are no hard knocks, no trials, and the daydreamer visits it often, especially when things go wrong. Somewhat like the child, he imagines his wishes true, and consequently becomes like a child in thought, word, and act. Furthermore, in time, since a mere flight of the imagination is sufficient to overcome obstacles, the habitual daydreamer finally comes to think that obstacles met with in real life should be overcome as easily. Indeed, that there should be no obstacles to his happiness. This leads to irritability, anger at the slightest impediment to his onward march, and other disagreeable mental features. Added to weak judgment as the result of lack of proper use of the brain, an inability to get along successfully with one's fellows eventually renders him a misanthrope, a failure, and a neurotic. These are but a few general effects. Others that apply to particular cases we will note later. While most of us look upon daydreams as being happy, this is not always the case. Sometimes they are employed to picture an unhappy future. In such a case, their effects are identical with those of constant worry, which, as we know, eventually and surely saps away health and vitality. More often, when they deal with the unhappy, they go backward. They picture the sorrows of the past and what might have been. These daydreams bespeak that the individual has adequately adjusted himself only to the point where his daydreams were founded. Progress is forward, not backward. And as long as one lives in the past, there will be no progress. The past is dead. Its mistakes cannot be corrected, though we may profit by the mistakes. If we think of the past mistakes in order to prevent future similar ones, then this is all well and good. But it is usually the habit of the daydreamer who lives in the past to brood over it. By so living, he is harming himself, physically and mentally, practically as much as if the sad affair were being reenacted in reality. Unpleasant thoughts depress mental and physical health. This applies whether or not the thoughts deal with the present, future, or the past. Further, when unpleasant scenes occupy the mind, the person subjects himself to emotional shocks. If we were able to examine the pulse rate, the respirations, etc., we would find that these showed the changes which accompany fear. The daydreamer who broods constantly is living in a state of fear, and hence is very apt to suffer mentally and physically. As regards daydreams which deal with the past, even though these are pleasant, the fact that one frequently indulges in them shows that, mentally at least, he has made little progress. The daydreams signify that the individual wishes to return to the past, where things were more to his liking, where there were no hardships. He has left the family circle physically, but not mentally. As before stated, progress is forward, not backward. The remembrance of happy days is, of course, something that affords joy to all of us at times, but chronic dwelling upon them steals away from the value of present and future joys. And usually we overrate the pleasures of the past, just as we render its sorrows more poignant. As should be evident, daydreams may concern themselves with many things. Representing wishes, they deal with all such desires as are possible for humans to entertain. They may be moral or immoral, stimulating to success or depressing, happy or unhappy. We can probably study their effects and their nature best by considering them at the various periods of one's life, and by noting to what they lead. Chapter 17. Daydreams, Part 2. Daydreams in Childhood. There is a story told of parents bringing their 3-year-old child to a Greek philosopher to be educated. When told the child's age, he declined, saying that the child's education had already been completed. There is much truth in this view. We know today that a child, even in infancy, receives many impressions, for good and for ill, which persist into adult life. One who studies children will note that even infants are observant, and the observing faculty is further developed in early childhood. Moreover, the child is imitative. Coming mostly in contact with the parents, it is they whom the child tends to copy. Mannerisms of walking, talking, certain physical ills, nervousness, anger, and many other peculiarities often described to heredity are due solely to imitation on the part of the child in many cases. Again, the child is inclined to develop the ideas of the parents. In fact, children thrown into very intimate contact with the parents, as mother and daughter, not only often think alike, but use the same words in expressing their ideas. We cannot be too careful, therefore, of our personal conduct in the presence of children. Nothing is too insignificant for their notice. We should be mindful, too, that we owe it to the children to be honest with them, even though we choose to deceive ourselves. If the good things of life have been denied us, instead of belittling them, and thus giving the child a false view of these things, we should refrain from showing envy, or deriding those who possess what has been refused us. If we manifest envy or hate, the child will be apt to betray the same traits. And it is out of faulty views of life implanted in childhood that many socialists, anarchists, and other creatures out of harmony with the world are made. As everyone knows, childhood is the age of fantasy. The child is endowed with a varied and vivid imagination. We can observe even a young child speaking to its limbs, its toys, and surrounding objects, as if they were rational beings. Practically everything the child experiences by way of the senses is magnified, and things not well understood are colored highly. In most cases, the imagination of childhood produces no long-lasting harm, though older children may become the prey of terrors, manifested as night terrors or day terrors, especially if their imaginations are fired by injudicious stories. Here we desire to call attention to 2 points especially worthy of parents' concern. One of these is the necessity of paying particular attention to the so-called quiet or sensitive child. Usually, these children have a hypertrophied imagination and prefer to spend their time alone, playing or thinking. In not a few instances, the peculiarity is noticeable in infancy. The baby exhibits great fear on hearing a noise or seeing a new face, and may even have convulsions. Later, shyness, excessive timidity, and solitariness develop. The child dislikes to mingle with other boys and girls, and may prefer the society of adults. He is often teased and bullied by other children, which occasions outbreaks of passion. Given to brooding, he is apt to dwell upon his imaginary wrongs, or to let his thoughts concern themselves with morbid topics, as ghost and murder stories. Self-consciousness is fostered, and with it a tendency to neurotic disorders. Quietness in a child and love of solitude or an aversion for play are best regarded as abnormal. If efforts are not made to remove these tendencies, harm will surely result. It is not good for a child to be alone too much, occupied solely in thinking, and observing quietly all that goes on in its narrow environment. Not only is the imagination likely to become overdeveloped in improper ways, but the child fails to profit by trial and error through contact with reality, and so misses the education which can be received only by association with others. Sensitive, shy, retiring, or lacking courage, the child builds up an artificial world, peopled by unreal people, and fantasy becomes a habit. In place of fostering the child's love of solitude, The parents should strive to cultivate the opposite. At times, the child may be suffering from unsuspected physical impairments, such as defective vision, that render it unable to take part in the games of others. Conscious of its inferiority, the child prefers to be alone. In such cases, attention to physical defects may be all that is necessary to change the child's disposition. Most quiet children, however, need parental encouragement. The child should be impressed with the value of joining in the play of children of the same age, and in place of allowing the child to spend the time indoors by itself, the parents should try to entertain it by happy stories and by suitable games. Visits to places of interest are also useful. It is best that the child have companions of its own age, preferably lively boys and girls. In many cases, removing the child from a private to a public school, or sending it to a not too exclusive boarding school, works wonders. These children are too protected. What they need most is association, forced, if necessary, with regular fellows. The above admonitions will apply to the usual quiet child. There is a special type, however, which requires even more patient supervision. This is the child that, in addition to being imaginative and solitary, is given to periods of sadness, depression, despondency, that laughs little or none, and is inclined to see the gloomy side of life, though not in the same manner as the cynical adult pessimist. Sometimes the depression of these children is congenital. At other times it is engrafted on a neurotic temperament. Often the tendency to sadness is increased by the parent, especially the mother, making a confidant of the child, telling it her troubles and consoling herself by the sympathy the child is ever ready to give. However the child's sadness may be caused, the child certainly needs plenty of sunshine, figuratively and literally. To simply refer to it as soulful, affective, motherly, etc., and not to strive to cultivate in it a happy outlook on life may lead to melancholia. Indeed, it is not unknown for these children to commit suicide, often for very trivial reasons. Few of these children, like quiet children in general, outgrow their peculiarities. De Quincey's chapters on the affliction of childhood and Dream Echoes 50 years later illustrate how childhood peculiarities may follow throughout the years, bringing sadness in their train. Poe, Cowper, Samuel Johnson, Beethoven, Chatterton, Baudelaire, Pater, and Byron are other examples of affective children. While the problems offered by the sad, quiet child are best solved by a skilled pedagogue, the mother can aid very much by doing all she can to instill optimism into the child, such as by happy talks, the reading of joyful literature, encouraging the child to play with children it likes, and who are of a happy disposition. By no means should the child be scolded or subjected to ridicule. The next point we wish to consider is the sex life of the child. We believe, at present, as a result of clinical experience in the treatment of certain nervous disorders in adults, that children receive many unfavorable impressions relative to the sex life, which, though forgotten, exert a detrimental activity on their nature. Naturally, the child does not understand the differences between the sexes, nor sex relations. But if parents believe that what they say and do is immaterial, since the child does not understand, they are likely to cause much damage. Even if the child does not understand, it can wonder. Also, what it sees and hears makes an indelible impression on its mind. We urge, therefore, that the embraces of the parents, osculations, and other acts related to the love life be carried out when the child is absent. By child, we include even children below the 4th year. Again, each child should have its own bed, and opposite sexes should not sleep in the same room. Not only should parents never sleep with their children, nor permit them to sleep with other adults, but the children should not sleep in the same room with the parents. If the children sleep in adjoining rooms, it is very desirable that they cannot hear or witness amorous talk or actions. Doubtless, many readers will consider such advice as poppycock, but it is far from being that. It is really of great significance for the child's happiness that it not be ignored. Among other admonitions relative to the sex life is the possible harm the parent may do by making much of the child. This fixates the parental image in the child's mind, and, as we will see later, may alter its reaction to the love life. It is unwise also for maids and others to act in this manner. Should a child exhibit an inordinate propensity for enduring pain, for self-display, for inflicting cruelty on animals or playmates, or exhibits undue curiosity in sex matters, and should it seem to give undue attention to the natural excretory functions, it should be taken in hand at once. It is unwise to simply taboo certain undesirable actions without any explanation. This merely excites the child's imagination, and may prove far worse than the undesirable action itself. Instead, the child should be talked to kindly, the impropriety of the act explained in simple language, though it is always wise, pending a general parental enlightenment on these matters, to seek the advice of a medical psychologist. It might be mentioned that neglect in correcting such undesirable traits as have been mentioned is sometimes responsible for serious character abnormalities in adult life. For some years, there has been discussion relative to the propriety of instructing the child in sex matters. Most of the medical authorities favor this instruction, though there are many good arguments pro and con. It is deemed best that the child, should it at any time seek enlightenment on the subject, be not put off by vague or false answers. This will possibly cause the child to seek information from other sources and undermine the parent's standing in the child's regard. However, it is exceedingly important that whoever attempts to impart any sex instruction to children be very tactful. The best person is the child's mother, but few mothers are able to, or would dare do this. At present, the physician seems to be the one best qualified. Whether or not the mother imparts any sex instruction before the time of puberty, she should at least tactfully inform her daughter in due season of the physiological changes which are to occur at puberty. This will save the child needless fear and self-questioning, and will also aid her toward developing mentally in a normal fashion. However much one may be opposed to sex instruction of children, there are times when such instruction becomes imperative. In some way, the child learns that its ideas of sex relations are not just what it has been led to believe. This leads to a perplexity in the child's mind, a conflict between the old ideas and the new, which results in grave disorders in many cases. Dr. William Healy, who has had an extensive experience among juvenile offenders, found more than 70 whose delinquencies were due to mental conflicts in a series of 1,000 recidivists studied. Such conflicts were responsible for truancy, vagrancy, stealing, forgery, cruelty, bad temper, and general troublesomeness, etc. Not infrequently, the conflict dealt with sex matters. For example, a boy or girl aged 10 or younger or older learns bad words from another girl or boy, even an adult, is shown bad pictures, or sees improper actions. The child's mind is disturbed, as the ideas to which the new knowledge give rise conflict with the former ideas. The child spends much of its time wondering, daydreaming about the matter, instinctively realizing that it is a subject tabooed from parental discussion, and not wishing to obtain further enlightenment from its instructors, keeps the affair to itself. At times, the bad words, pictures, or suspicious actions take possession of the child's mind, and then the child seems impelled to perform some out-of-the-way action. The action will usually be found related to the character of the child's evil informant. Thus, if the informant were a little thief, when the words or actions of this thief come to the child's mind, the child has an irresistible impulse to steal. It does not steal from pleasure. In fact, these children suffer acutely because of their impulses. The relation of conduct disorders to mental conflicts in childhood is a subject with which every parent and those who have to do with children should be acquainted. Such knowledge will surely prevent the making of many criminals. Moreover, it will save some of these harassed children from committing suicide. It is not always sex problems which may cause the conflict. Questions of parentage and many other problems may be at fault. Occasionally, an intelligent parent may be able to obtain the confidence of a child who shows conduct disorder, and by tactful advice solve the child's problem. In most cases, the parent not only fails to suspect that the child is troubled by mental problems, but feels incompetent to cope with the difficulty when informed. It is a good recommendation to take every child who deviates from the normal to a physician or psychologist. Adolescence. Adolescence is a critical period in the lives of a great many individuals. The same is true of puberty. During these periods, certain physiological changes are occurring, which in some instances become so pronounced as to border on the pathological, and which effect a marked change in the individual's general conduct. Thus, a boy or girl of good family and good habits may, more or less suddenly, become a thief, obscene, a vagabond, or may show symptoms related to insanity. While these conduct disorders may be due to mental conflicts in some cases, in others they are due solely to disturbances associated with the adolescent or pubertal period of life. The real cause of the individual's trouble is not always arrived at, with the result that many are punished physically or sent to a correctional institution. This treatment usually results in the making of confirmed criminals or otherwise abnormal persons. The proper treatment consists in ferreting out the mental complex, if it exists, or in intelligent counsel best given by a psychologist or physician acquainted with the instabilities of puberty and adolescence. If childhood is rich in fantasy, likewise is adolescence, It is at the latter time that the youthful person becomes first filled with ideas of his or her importance, and surveys the world as a field that will be conquered easily. While the fancies that may occupy the mind of an adolescent are as many as the sands on the shore, there are two which are of most importance. These are concerned with what we will call the hunger for love and the hunger for work. It is generally believed that the attachments formed during adolescence are not enduring. Calf love or puppy love are the terms employed for the love experienced at this period. In not a few instances, however, the attachments formed endure, and happy marriages result. It is not our intention to discuss this phase of the matter, but to point out a few questions with which the person should occupy his or her mind once love has centered upon a certain individual, since it is in adolescence that the individual breaks away quite forcibly from self-love and love of the family entirely, and seeks the love of the opposite sex. The adolescent is a romantic. Reveries dealing with the love life occupy a considerable portion of the daily thoughts. To a certain degree, these may not be harmful, but they are often carried so far that they do have a detrimental effect upon the dreamer's whole life. The trouble is that the excessive dreamer of romance is apt to create an ideal that cannot be found in this world of humans. Such an ideal may be built around the characters in love stories and similar tales. For this and other good reasons, these stories are inadvisable for frequent use. At any rate, the result of the romancing is that an ideal is created by the fancy, and this ideal may remain in the conscious mind or be transferred to the unconscious mind. Later in life, the dreamer may meet someone who, perhaps superficially, resembles the person of the daydreams. This meeting may lead to marriage. The marriage is likely to be unhappy, however. This is because no human can come up to the qualities of the dream lover, and hence he or she feels cheated when the dreamer finds that the mate has human defects, deceived, and so discontented. It may happen also that the dreamer never marries. He or she never finds the ideal of the dreams. And since no one outside of the ideal will do, true love never enters. Much could be said on the influence of romantic daydreams on the selection of a mate. It is a very important subject, and one that has received little attention. The point for the reader to grasp is that if we create ideals, then let them be modeled after what is possible for human beings, not storybook or fantasy characters. Perfection will not be found. What should be sought for is a maximum of desirable traits. Again, if one loves, let him or her cogitate whether it is because the loved one resembles the ideal of the dreams, or because of true worth and other desirable traits. If it is solely because of the resemblance to the ideal, especially a physical resemblance, marriage is likely to prove more or less of a disappointment. As a person may fall in love because the loved person resembles the ideal of daydreams, so also may one love someone because of the latter's resemblance to the lover's mother or father. It is a colloquialism that a boy's first sweetheart is his mother, and a girl's her father. And often because the traits of the mother or father become unduly impressed in the child's mind, the child has a tendency to fall in love with someone who reminds him or her of the parent as an adult, due to the fact that the mind forgets nothing, and is attracted to whatever has caused pleasure, and repelled by whatever has caused pain. Thus, a boy who has had his mother's image much impressed upon him, as is often the case in the sons of widows, divorced parents who do not remarry, or only children, may meet a girl who possesses one or more facial or other physical characteristics of his mother. He is attracted to this person and may fall in love with her. He may believe that he loves the girl because of her own traits, or for no reason particularly. The real reason is because the girl physically resembles his mother, from whom he has had every care, and he is really in love with his mother. It also happens that a boy may love a girl because she is tender, protective, and motherly, so to speak. She takes the place of his mother. The girl, on the other hand, has a tendency to fall in love with someone who reminds her, unconsciously, of her father. Many persons who do not know why they married someone have here the reason. Doubtless, few of us would do better than to marry someone as good as our parents, yet we would not think of marrying the parents themselves. If one marries simply because of the loved one's resemblance to the parents, all sorts of complications may arise. For one thing, the loved one is not loved for his or her own traits, but because of the few traits that are common to the loved one and the lover's parent. Once love has had time to clear its eyes, the traits unnoticed before will appear. If these are disagreeable traits, quarrels and dissatisfaction will arise. Again, if a man is to progress, he can hardly do so and expect his wife to be also his mother. Such a desire indicates a reluctance toward leaving the infantile mentality, not a desire for a helpmate of equal mental development as the lover. The man should be the leader. If he lacks authority, the ability to make forceful decisions when necessary, which is likely if he acts towards his wife as he did toward his mother, he can hardly be one, or maintain his wife's respect. Similarly, a girl who marries a person merely because this person resembles her father, though she may not be consciously aware that this is the true reason, may expect to find marriage a disappointment. She, too, will note traits in her husband that she did not notice before. She may find so many undesirable traits as to wonder what could have possessed her to marry the one she did. Self-analysis, to determine, if possible, whether or not we are in love with a resemblance solely, or with a new personality, is therefore very desirable before marriage. If one marries because of a resemblance, he or she will continue to live within the family circle, to remain a child mentally in many ways, and possibly put himself or herself in the way of unhappiness. Undue fixation of the parental images in the child's mind may unfavorably affect the reaction to the love life in another way. The child may be surrounded by every care. In the case of a boy, the mother lavishes upon him undue affection, sympathizes excessively with him in his trials, large or small, exercises great concern over his every act, and unconsciously tends to make the child dependent upon the parent in other ways. The father may act the same way toward the daughter. If both parents act toward the child in like manner, boy or girl, the possible harm is doubled. The child may never marry when it becomes an adult. It is seeking, unknown to itself, someone who resembles the parental image. This will account for a number of bachelors and spinsters. Or, should marriage take place, no happiness results. The individual is lonesome, discontented and regretful. The reason is that the individual has become so attached to his former home life, to the ministrations of the parents, that life outside of this circle seems impossible. Frequently, this desire to return to the family circle is so strong that divorce results. It is only natural for the parents to be solicitous of the welfare of their offspring, but there is such a thing as being unduly solicitous. Someday it will be necessary for the children to work out their own existences, and they can hardly do so efficiently or happily if fixations in childhood bind them irrevocably to the family circle. For the love-hungry, marriage is the most natural and the best solution. Judging from the divorce court records, one would think that most marriages end disastrously. However, we hear much about the 10% that are unhappy, and little about the 90% that are truly happy. Some of the causes for unhappy marriages have already been considered. Other causes, though probably not great, are romanticizing of wedded bliss when single. There are many joys to be anticipated, of course, but if one expects the road to be always smooth, disappointment is certain to obtain. It is well for the newly married to realize that it takes a certain length of time for them to become adjusted to the new conditions. Hence, disillusionment should not be permitted too much of a hold should it make an entrance. However, even though the trials be great, they can be conquered, providing that both play the glad game fairly, are pals and partners, and strive always to help each other. Without children, marriage has not satisfied the love hunger entirely. Without them there is an emptiness, a sense of something missing, the cause of which may not be rightly placed. Some homes may be childless through cause, others for no willful fault of the married persons. In the latter cases, children are often desired. In such as these, the best recommendation is to adopt a child. Many persons wish to do so, but are restrained through fear that the child may turn out badly in later life. While some care must be exercised, there is scarcely any more danger in adopting a child than in rearing one's own children. If the adopted child turns out badly, this is usually because it has been reared like an only child, to whom faults are common, or because of mental conflicts, physical ills, etc., which cause conduct disorders erroneously attributed to heredity. If a due amount of prudence is used in selecting a child, and if the child is reared properly, it is practically certain to be a comfort to its foster parents. It is usually during adolescence that an individual decides his vocation. The decision is, of course, often difficult, but, as a rule, each person is able to select for himself, or with a little advice, the calling for which he seems most adapted. As a matter of fact, very little is gained by seeking advice. The good and bad points of the various vocations may be pointed out, of course, but we are unable to tell a person dogmatically just what calling is most suitable for him, except in a few instances. The decision must be made according to what one likes best, and what he will be anxious to pursue. Urging a person to enter a certain field of endeavor, as some parents do, is inadvisable. The person may take up a certain work to please the parents, but he may never rise above mediocrity, or may even disgrace himself and his family, since he is not pleasing himself. In this place, We wish to simply urge the youth to give the matter of his work life due thought, and to bend his energies toward realizing his ambition once a decision is made. Countless thousands squander their youth, idly dreaming of what they would like to be, and never putting forth an effort directed toward making their dreams come true. Meanwhile, the years speed by, and they find themselves adults, possibly married, and with no special skill in any field of endeavor. Not all of us can be, or want to be, doctors, lawyers, ministers, civil engineers, etc. Yet it is incumbent for material success that each person be proficient in some direction in this age of specialization. It matters not what line of work one takes up, providing the individual is interested in it and strives to learn all he can about it. With application, progress will surely be made. The cry, "I never had a chance," is futile and erroneous. No matter how poor one may be, or what obstacles seem to stand in the way, one always has at his disposal the means for overcoming the barriers to progress. The greatest barrier is the individual himself. He prefers not to bestir himself, to dream of success rather than work for it. Each and every one of us waste countless hours that might be profitably employed. George Stephenson educated himself in his spare moments. Thurlow Weed traveled miles to obtain books which he read by night while watching the fires in his father's maple sugar grove. Elihu Barrett mastered 18 languages in his spare moments while serving as a blacksmith's apprentice. Pope wrote his History of Greece in spare moments between his duties as a banker. The world is full of examples of train boys like Edison and handy Andys like Carnegie, who rose from lowly positions because they worked and did not bewail. Everyone has a chance to go ahead, but many act as if they did not care to take chances of any kind, at least such chances as require a little work on their part. The point, then, is for youth to realize that the years speed by quickly, and it is in youth that the foundation of one's work life should be laid. If one dreams about what he would like to be, all well and good, providing his dreams are reasonable and accompanied by actual work, mental and physical. As Frank W. Woolworth, who made $80 million out of his 5 and 10 cent stores, said, "Dreaming never hurts anybody if he keeps right behind the dream and makes as much of it come true as he can. Dreams alone will always prove unproductive." Old age. Old age is regarded as a most unhappy season. So general and fixed is this belief that many dread the approach of old age. Many, as if because of preconceived notions, are unhappy in it, and for the complaints of the aged there is little or no consideration, such being considered natural concomitants of life's winter. Yet many of us reason wrongly. We judge a group because of a few. For example, if we see a few Englishmen who are short, we conclude that all Englishmen are short. Such a conclusion is only proper when statistics support it. Likewise, because we know a few old men who are peevish or otherwise out of harmony with the universe, we think all old men are. The fact is that for every old person who is unhappy, there are hundreds who are truly happy. A little investigation will show that the majority of the old who are of a discontented nature had the same disposition in early life, a point noted by Cicero long ago. There is no good reason why one should be unhappy in his old age. If age brings with it physical infirmities and discontent, this is usually the fault of the individual. If one is to be happy in age, he must, for one thing, prepare the way in youth. In youth, he must be mindful that he will be old one day, and so spend youth wisely. If one lives riotously or unhygienically, he cannot but expect to be an old man much before his time, and a peevish, fretful one at that. The best used machines last the longest. It is but natural that with age the body will become impaired to some extent. Yet the aged, as well as their friends, give little or no attention to this fact. Physical infirmities are neglected, which should receive medical care in middle life. It is often these infirmities which are the causes of irritability and complaint of one sort or another. For instance, there is hardly a part of the body used and abused more than the eye. With age, it is but natural for it to become weakened, and if, as is the case, eye defects can cause nervousness and sundry other indefinite ills in middle life, they can likewise in old age. When needed, eyeglasses alone will rob many of the old of their peevishness, insomnia, and ill health. We should be mindful, then, that the aged have physical impairments, and that these require as much attention as at any other time of life. Indeed, there is a personal hygiene for every period of life. As far as the old are concerned, the most common sin against this hygiene is improper eating. Because of this, indigestion, constipation, and other ills tend to arise. The system become disorganized and weakened, and naturally the physical and mental well-being are undermined. As one grows older, the quantity and quality of needed food changes. Estimated in calories, the aged require but half the amount of middle years. Meats, eggs, fish should be reduced to a minimum, the diet consisting principally of vegetables, fruits, cereals, whole wheat, or graham bread. Adequate mastication is important. If the teeth are gone, an artificial set should be obtained, or the food should be well cooked and chopped fine. Attention to these apparently minor matters will often remove many of the evils erroneously charged to old age per se. A great reason why the old tend to be fretful is absence of occupation, the latter being the mother of melancholy at any age. One who is always about some useful work has no time to be unhappy, and one's usefulness is never gone until the last breath has been drawn. Many of the aged, and one is considered aged at 60, give up active work at this period. They may feel that they have earned a rest, or their relatives may force them to cease work. Then come to life the spores of discontent. Indeed, many of the complaints of the aged date from this time. While it is not urged that the aged pursue their usual occupations with the old-time vigor, it is recommended that some form of work be pursued, if not for pecuniary reward, then for the happiness it brings. Old age is not incompatible with attainment. Indeed, many of our best works of art and science were produced by old men. Cicero gives us many examples of the efficiency of age. Likewise Longfellow, who says, "But why, you ask me, should this tale be told to men grown old, or who are growing old? It is too late. Ah, nothing is too late, till the tired heart shall cease to palpitate." Cato learned Greek at 80. Sophocles wrote his grand Oedipus, and Simonides bore off the prize of verse from his compeers when each had numbered more than 80 years. And Theophrastus at 80 had but begun his characters of men. Chaucer at Woodstock with the nightingales, at 60 wrote the Canterbury Tales. Gaiety at Weimar, toiling to the last, completed Faust when 80 years were past. These are indeed exceptions, but they show how far the Gulf Stream of our youth may flow into the Arctic region of our lives, where little else than life itself survives. From Morituri Salutamus. We might mention also Sir Isaac Newton, who was active up to 3 weeks of his death at 84. Titian, who labored at art until 98. Voltaire, who produced Irene at 84. Franklin, who was active in his 85th year as president of the First American Society for the Abolition of Slavery. Baron Waldeck, who began a 3-volume encyclopedia on archaeology at 102. Swedenborg, who was engaged in his literal pursuits until 76. Whittier, who revised the Riverside edition of his works at 82. Corot, who painted 2 famous pictures in his 77th year. Wesley, who founded the Armenian magazine at 77 and edited it until 87. Gladstone, who took up a new language after 70 and became Prime Minister at 83. Again, in the titanic struggle just past, the men who guided the destinies of the nations were what might be considered old men. If we look about us, we will find that in all walks of life it is the old who are doing a great portion of the really great things. After all, a man only begins to prove really useful at 40, and he should become even wiser and more efficient from that time on. The old, then, should always be occupied with some useful work. It will prevent them from becoming self-centered, introspective, and unhappy. If in good health physically, there is no reason why they should not go on as before, with no worry, though at lessened speed. If worry cannot be eradicated, then it is far better to engage in a pursuit where there will be no occasion for it. For the man who gives up his usual occupation, there are countless pursuits or hobbies to indulge in. The birds, the trees, the flowers, insects, museums, libraries, and many other things offer material for a lifetime of study. Such study, combined with gentle exercise, as in golf or walking, is almost certain to promote healthy optimism. As one grows old, even though one is content, it is but natural to indulge in daydreams. These may go backwards or forwards. As is well known, the aged often live in the past, at times too much so for their own good. Progress looks forward. Yet we can hardly censure the old person if the pleasant days of long ago are relived in memory. This affords satisfaction, and the memory of a well-spent life cannot fail to bring joy. However, the past should not become so much the master that it will not tolerate the present. Many old persons live so much in the past that modern ideas seem anarchistic. The world does not stand still. Its march is forward, and if we are to be in harmony with it, we must also go forward. Almost every year brings its changes in our manner of living, the methods of business, etc. And if we cannot bring ourselves to forsake the old, we should at least be tolerant of the new. It is in old age that one naturally tends to think of death. It is a subject which youth does not care to think about, and for that matter neither do the aged think of it as much as is supposed. Like old age, death has been much maligned. It is regarded as a thing of physical and mental pain, where as a matter of fact, experience proves the belief erroneous. Out of every 100 people who die, 60 die unconscious, and so no pain can be present in that 60. The experience of many people who were believed to be dying, but who recovered, shows that they did not suffer while in the unconscious state. Those who maintain consciousness up to the last have no pain peculiar to death. There is no death agony, no struggle. Such discomfort as may be experienced has been borne before without murmur. Usually it is the one who looks on who suffers most. Naturally, there are some diseases that tend to cause pain, but no physician would permit his patients' suffering to go unrequited in these times. As far as the aged are concerned, death is as going to sleep. Nature seems to dull their sensibilities to pain. They are practically anesthetic. Having at one time been connected with an institution where hundreds of old people were housed, I can verify this point. Often, the only remark made by the old when dying was, "I'm tired," and they passed to the great beyond as if going to sleep. As yet, I have not encountered an aged, dying person who complained of pain. Mental suffering on the part of the dying is rare. It is practically absent from the aged. Naturally, one loves life, but having tasted of the joys, sorrows, and other things that the world had to offer, the old become resigned and content to go. Even when death strikes the middle-aged, it is not usually accompanied by mental pain. Naturally, one feels regretful if he leaves behind him a dependent family, but that is all. Having witnessed several hundred deaths, I have met with fear of death but once, and this fear was due to a mental conflict over a religious question which was happily solved shortly before death. As a rule, those who die believing in a future life die peacefully. This does not mean to say that unbelievers die hard. They have no peculiar suffering, but since they feel that death ends all, they have nothing to look forward to, and hence tend to be less resigned. As a related matter, Starbuck found that the fear of death was responsible for religious conversion in 15% of all cases he had studied. To still further enforce the contention that death is less feared than we suppose, we might refer to the last recorded words of dying persons. Naturally, what one says at the time of death will depend upon one's temperament, surroundings, and beliefs. A person who dies at home with benefit of clergy is likely to be prayerful, while one who dies for his country naturally tends to think of the battle. However, we will find dying statements which show not only religious conviction and patriotism, but peevishness, humor, contentment, and almost everything aside from fear. Thus, Washington Irving said, "I must arrange my pillows for another weary night, if this could only be the end." Tasso said, "Into thy hands, Lord." Napoleon, "Tête d'armée." General Wolfe, Support me! Let not my brave soldiers see me drop! The day is ours! Oh, keep it! Gady. Let the light enter. Sir Walter Scott. I feel as if I were to be myself again. Robert Burns. Don't let that awkward squad fire over my grave. Rabelais. The farce is played out. Schiller. Death can be no evil because it is universal. Many things are growing plain and clear to me. Washington. It is well. Daniel Webster. I still live. John Quincy Adams. This is the last of earth. I am content. Taylor. I have endeavored to do my duty. Chancellor Thurlow. I'm shot if I don't believe I'm dying. Byron. I must sleep now. O. Henry. Turn up the light. I don't want to go home in the dark. Practically the last words of Crabb, the poet, were to his sons, God bless you. Be good and come to me. Addison, when all hope of prolonging life was at an end, sent for a young acquaintance and said, See in what peace a Christian can die. As to what lies beyond the grave, no man knows, at least not to the satisfaction of the materialist. Yet if one believes that death ends all, he has nothing to fear. And even if he does believe in a future life, the same holds good. Many people, however, brood about the afterlife. Not so much as to whether or not such a state exists, but as to what their portion will be once they have been called to the bourne from which no traveler returns. Possibly of a scrupulous nature, they are worried lest they will be denied future happiness, probably condemned to hell for some transgression. On the subject of life after death, I do not feel qualified to speak authoritatively. According to the sound logic of every man to his trade or profession, this is a matter which belongs to one's clergyman. However, as a student of human nature, it seems to me that many of us entertain many erroneous, unhappy notions concerning the afterlife. We believe that God is good, just, forgiving, all-knowing, and at the same time we live in fear of Him. We believe in two gods, a God of love and a God of fear. The former, I think, the true God. One who is a physician, especially if he has had ample experience and is something of a psychologist, knows human nature far better than many clergymen, lawyers, or jurists. Personally, from years of experience in various correctional institutions and institutions for the mentally sick, I am not so prone to condemn my fellow man. I have learned that physical disease, mental conflicts and repressions, and many other things often lead to the commission of large and small breaches of moral laws. Often, too, the individual is not culpable for such commissions, or culpable only to a slight extent. Of course, crime or sin is not to be condoned or excused entirely. But if we understand the effects of mental and physical disturbances on morals, even in apparently healthy persons, we would forgive more often than we censure. As a rule, it is the slight offender who broke down in a moment of weakness, maybe, who suffers from self-debasement, who believes the sin unpardonable, and who is certain of not being forgiven. If we believe in God, then we should also believe that He is a psychologist, with powers far greater than those of any human who attempts to understand human actions. And just so, He can fully understand the workings of the human heart, and the passions that conquer at times. Unlike the human judge, he does not pore over musty legal volumes, doling out sentence according to the written law. He does not emphasize the law, but studies the individual. He knows that there is not a crime on the calendar that is not possible for all human beings under the proper circumstances. Consequently, since he considers the individual, the temptations that assail him, the powers of resistance posed by him, and countless other facts that must be taken into consideration, we may be sure that our judgment will be free from error. Furthermore, more lenient than our fears portray. To understand all is to forgive all. Even though one deserves punishment, and be condemned to such, who can say what this punishment will be? The Bible, of course, speaks of hell, and alludes to it as a place of fire. However, we have no exact knowledge of the nature of this fire. It is possible that the term fire is used in a figurative sense, that it may refer to the fire of remorse, which is equal in many respects to physical suffering. Theologians tell us that it is not absolutely necessary to conceive of hell as a place of actual flame. It is far happier to consider any possible punishment after death as somewhat similar to that meted out on earth. For example, if a person is a good citizen, he is permitted to enjoy the privileges of citizenship. If he breaks the laws, he is fined, if the offense is slight, or put away for a shorter or longer time, where he is denied many of the privileges enjoyed by the righteous. He suffers no pain other than that of regret, denial, and isolation. Unlike earthly punishment, we may feel assured that we will be justly treated should atonement be necessary hereafter. But whatever we believe, there is no necessity or logic in one's brooding on the subject, since there is no adequate proof that hell consists of flame. If one in his youth then thinks of old age, let him not consider it as an unhappy period. However, let him also be mindful that much depends upon how a youth looks after the body that is his. Let the person who reaches old age see to his diet and his physical ills, and let him keep busy. If he daydreams and his reveries deal with the past, let his dreams be of a happy nature. If thought is given to the future life, then let it be no fear of death or of what may follow. Death is, after all, the great adventure, the gateway to life as was our birth. In doing these things, the old will surely find or retain happiness, and will be able to say, with Browning, "Grow old along with me, the best is yet to be, the last of life for which the first was made." Physical defectives. While it is true that those who suffer from physical defects are not deserving of much sympathy in many instances, since their defects are due to neglect or ignorance of the laws of personal hygiene, in many other cases, the individual is more sinned against than sinning. For no cause over which he has control, he may be born the victim of some disease or blemish which cannot be removed. Or accident may render him a cripple or otherwise handicap him. In these latter cases, few can realize how much the defectives suffer mentally, or how their sufferings are added to by the thoughtlessness and ignorance of those who apparently look upon them as curiosities, whose hearts are so steeled that they do not mind the chance remarks they overhear, and whose eyes are so blind that they do not note the many curious glances their defect receives. It is no wonder if, as is often the case, the physically blemished retire as much as is possible from contact with the outside world, if they regard life as an unequal, partial game, if they are envious of their fellow normal mortals, if they give most of their time to unpleasant daydreams, accomplish very little of practical value, and eke a wretched existence. We cannot excuse them for faulty adaptation to their environment, yet we must admit that their struggle is great, and that their normal fellows add to their burden through ignorance. The faulty adaptations that a physical defective may make are many. If he has a defect apt to be noticeable, he tends to shun the society of normal individuals, lest their glances cause pain. He thus robs himself of the education and enjoyment which contact with others gives, and he becomes abnormally sensitive, because he notices every look and word, erroneously considering them as always directed toward himself. His friends tend to be persons who have a similar defect, and in their company his impairment becomes more impressed upon him. Because the contemplation of the happiness of others causes pain, and an awareness of his own deficiencies, the physical defective often seeks a peculiar happiness in reading or thinking about the morbid. Tales of heroes and heroines, of accomplishment, seem not for him. They cause suffering. His tales are those he makes for himself, daydreams in which he pictures what might have been if he were not unfortunate, and the unhappiness that will always be his. A solitary life is encouraged, where secretiveness holds sway, where envy of normals generates, where happiness is denied entrance, where discontent, mental suffering, and inefficiency gain the upper and controlling hand. Whatever the nature of one's misfortune, there are two ways of looking at it. It can either be cured, or it cannot be cured. If it can be cured, then reason dictates that the individual bestir himself and scrupulously carry out such measures as tend to cure. If he will not put forth this effort, for one reason or another, then his alone is the blame, and for his lamentations, his bitterness, there is absolutely no need of sympathy. As we find other people who wish success, fame, wealth, or what not to be theirs without necessitating any effort on their part, likewise do we find individuals with physical impairments who will not deny themselves or undergo the pain which is necessary for a cure. Instead, they bewail their fate, and not only make themselves more miserable, but their acquaintances as well. The mountains did not come to Mohammed when he called, yet Mohammed was not above going to the mountains. Where health is concerned, we must go after it. All things do not come to him who waits. Sometimes a person who has a certain illness concludes that, since it is incurable, in his opinion, further effort is useless. For example, some people, when told they have tuberculosis, think their death knell has been sounded, and at once give up themselves to melancholy thoughts of the unfairness of the world, the happiness they have been denied, and possibly thoughts of painful death. Yet there are few diseases that cannot be benefited, however serious they may appear to be, even arrested or cured, so that the individual may not only live the biblical allotted time, but happily and usefully so. Of course, the realization of this requires cooperation on the part of the individual. To take tuberculosis, for example, it can be cured with proper care in its first stage. In the second stage, it may be arrested, and sometimes in the third. We have countless examples of persons apparently doomed to die early of this disease who conquered it. Dr. Trudeau was told at 27 he had but a year to live, yet lived to 67. Cornaro, who was the host of tuberculosis and other infirmities in middle life, lived long enough to write his book, How to Live to Be 100, by one who did it. The fact that we have this disease, or heart disease, kidney disease, or other diseases generally regarded as serious, is not to be taken as the signal for the cessation of interest in the world's work. It means that the individual afflicted must take more care of himself and adapt himself to the disease. If he does so, the chances are that his days will be far more than his morbid thoughts grant. As far as self-prognosis is concerned, many of the opinions formed by sick people are fit for the wastebasket. They are products only of morbid minds. A heart-to-heart talk with a physician is often all that is necessary to remove them. Like a person who has a disease that is distinctly curable if the individual is ready to cooperate, likewise those who have diseases that may be retarded in their progress, if not cured, deserve no true sympathy unless they urge themselves into doing everything possible toward checking the progress of the malady. Self-pity will not aid, but handicap. If it so happens that the individual has a definitely incurable defect, as a deformity, then the only thing he can do is to bear it with fortitude. One thing is sure: he cannot mend matters by bewailing his fate, by wishing for things that can never be. It is easy to preach and hard to practice, of course, but there is scarcely a physical defect that is incompatible with a person's usefulness. Much depends naturally upon the mental attitude of the individual. If he perpetually puts on blinders to keep out the sunshine, if he retires into his shell, and believes he has been cheated in the game of life, if he will not make an effort, then there is little chance of his being truly happy. He, like the rest of us, must take the world as he finds it, and make the best of it. History is full of examples of those who refused to be conquered by physical misfortune, and from whom we may learn the lesson that work conquers all things. If one has a sleight of nature, then he might profit from contemplating the achievements of the crooked Aesop, the purblind, long-legged, hairy Socrates, the withered, blind Democritus, the unpleasing to behold Seneca, that little bleary-eyed Horace, the dwarfs Favor Stapulensis and Marcus Picenus, the stammering Aristotle, Virgil, and Lamb, the hump-backed emperor Galba, those little men of stature Augustus Caesar and Alexander the Great, the blind Timoleon, Appius Claudius, Homer and Milton, the one-eyed Hannibal, the epileptic Mohammed, Caesar, St. Paul, and Napoleon, the club-footed scrofulous Byron, the large-headed, wizened-bodied De Quincey, Epictetus the slave, maimed in body but refusing to find fault with God's universe, Charles Darwin, who for 40 years never knew a day of the health of ordinary men, and who every day succumbed to the exhaustion brought on by the slightest effort, Laura Bridgman, who lived long and happily in spite of blindness, deafness, dumbness, Helen Keller, whose book on optimism everyone should read, and Theodore Roosevelt, who was frail and sickly as a boy. There are indeed countless more examples of individuals who refused to let physical blights interfere with their happiness. We often need not look farther than our own neighborhood to find them. True, all the examples given may not be examples of great optimism, but the majority of them bore their infirmities with no complaint. If they had given up the fight, overcome by the thought that life such as theirs was not worth living, the world would have been less rich, and they more wretched. It is indeed praiseworthy for one to strive to benefit his fellows when nature has smiled upon him, but it is noble to work for mankind and to give happiness when we have, or think we have, reason to envy our fellow beings because of benefits they possess which are denied to us. It is by the example of the truly great that we can learn the lesson that no matter what portion in life may be ours, we have a purpose on earth, and that we can make ourselves and others happy in pursuing it. It is in work that the physical defective can find happiness, and there is work for everyone, and everyone should work. From lack of it, countless people are neurotic and unhappy, even though they appear physically strong. Cripples and others marred physically are also unhappy because of absence of occupation. Unless one be absolutely helpless, there is suitable work he can pursue for pleasure or profit or both. There are many among the blind adept at broom making, rug weaving, typewriting, fancy work, etc. Many cripples are efficient telephone operators, show card and sign makers. Many who have to spend most of their time in bed are finding happiness and financial reward from their original writings or their compilations of quotations. If one pursues work solely for the happiness it brings, there are innumerable pursuits that he may follow, even though confined indoors. If one must have a financial consideration in addition, then he must study. He must put forth effort. There is little or no sympathy in business, and if the handicapped person is to succeed among normals, he must be equal to normals in his work. He can be equal, providing he chooses the work suitable for him, applies himself to it, and is not immediately overcome by the apparent struggle before him. Often, cripples and others are changed into happy, efficient beings simply because they are at work, instead of idly spending their time in futile, painful daydreaming. Upon the parents or relatives of physical defectives, much responsibility devolves. In order to shield the latter, the parents often look after their every real or imagined need, sympathize with them unduly, and neglect to teach them some suitable occupation. The parents die, and the defective is then thrown upon charity. In some cases, misplaced sympathy and neglect allow persons who could be made useful to become imbeciles. Sympathy is all right in its place, but when misplaced or overdone, it causes much harm. There are any number of persons who are considered invalids by reason of accident, and whose invalidism is kept up solely by reason of ignorance on the part of their relatives. The invalid is pampered and cried over, the disability constantly impressed upon the sick one's mind, causing the latter to believe that he or she really is of no use. If, instead, healthy optimism alone were allowed, many persons would be rescued from their beds or wheelchairs to become happy men and women. At any rate, it is the parents' duty to educate those of their offspring as may be abnormal. This education is not only a matter of the ordinary 3 R's and a suitable vocation, but also the instilling of a healthy view of life. These misfits are certainly in need of the latter. Without it, they can never be happy, useful, or agreeable to their fellows. Those whose blemishes do not prevent them from coming in contact with the outside world, but who dislike to mingle with normal persons, are in need of hardening. It is quite true that many people are thoughtless or ignorant in unduly noticing the blemishes or in talking of it. Yet these persons really mean well, and would be glad to do all in their power for the afflicted individual. One must learn not to pay attention to their glances, nor to be offended should questions be asked. It is a pleasant disposition that conquers everyone, and any defective who has it cannot fail to win many friends. One's true friends never let a defect matter. Indeed, they soon forget about it. Many girls who are crippled in some way are often melancholy, lest they never be able to marry. A handicap will not be a barrier if the person has a really good disposition, is interested in the work of everyone, and has a good word for everyone, even in return for evil. Experience has taught that lesson over and over. The physical defective needs be wary in the choice of friends. While it is true that there is something in the adage that misery loves company and finds pleasure in it, the pleasure is apt to be of the melancholy variety. Such company leads to too much sympathy, and probably an envious disposition. The jolly nature is to be preferred. Should the misfortune happen to be of a hereditary nature, the tendency of like to marry like deserves attention. This is a bad form of mating, since the defect is apt to be aggravated in the offspring. When melancholy thoughts appear, they must not be entertained. The fight should go ever on. By reading a favorite book that encourages one when the spirit is at a low ebb, optimism may return. There are numerous books which inspire hope, confidence, and perseverance. A study of the biographies of persons similarly afflicted may be helpful. In Seneca, Epictetus, Epicurus, St. Thomas Aquinas, Cicero, Helen Keller, David Grayson, and others, happiness may often be found and retained. One should not forget the great peace brought by the greatest book of all, the Bible. "I have but one book," said Cowper in the last days of his ill-spent genius, "but it is the best." How much it gives solace is shown by the fact that when times are hard, the sales of Bibles increases. It is, however, a book for all times, good or bad. In reading, it is well to have some books which have been found to give contentment. Many people make it a practice to resort to a favorite one, or favorite passages, when they find their courage waning. At any rate, the morbid type, such books as deal with social triangles and other complexes, are best avoided by the person whose courage is low, or who is apt to brood about his or her difficulties. Tales of romance and the like should give place to studies of bird and animal life, or stories of adventure, unless the individual is able to contemplate others' happiness, even fictional, with no regrets. Those who refrain from sympathizing with us are better friends than those who do not. Likewise, if we sympathize with ourselves, we are our own worst enemies. It can be true that a person may be unfortunate for no good reason, but surely that cannot be mended by self-pity. As a matter of fact, the most unfortunate complain the least. Whatever one's misfortune, there are others whose state is more dire. This is probably not the best way to look for contentment, yet if we find others more unfortunate than us, and who bear their trials with fortitude, we cannot fail to profit by the example they give us. Those of us who happen to possess health can do much to aid those less fortunate, and we can do so most greatly by permitting our curiosity to atrophy. Many of us, when we see a cripple or person otherwise blemished, must survey his defect with a critical eye. To stare is not only rude, but painful in many cases. If we pass these unfortunates by with no more than a cursory view, and should we talk to them, we would give much happiness to keep the conversation off the impairment. When we talk to the physically impaired, in fact to anyone, let us talk of health and of hope, and let us avoid giving discouragement by look, word, or act as far as possible. The expectant mother. If, as is usually the case, the expectant mother spends the days of waiting, dreaming of the things her unborn one will someday accomplish, no one will censure her, however fantastic and impossible her daydreams may be. That she should occupy herself in this way is only natural, and even though her dreams may not be possible of realization, they solve the problem of keeping the mother cheerful. Cheerfulness, we know, is a great aid to digestion and general good health, and if the mother, upon whom the child depends for its nourishment, has her health, then health will most likely be the inheritance of the child. Today, of course, intelligent people do not believe that it is possible to mold the child into a genius of some kind by the power of the mother's will. This idea is so absurd as to warrant no serious consideration. There are, however, many expectant mothers who spend the days of waiting in mental torture. For one reason or another, they believe or fear that their child will be born physically or mentally blemished. Marked is the term usually employed. Consequently, they are very unhappy and actually dread confinement. Because fear upsets the normal functions of the body, indigestion, insomnia, nervousness, and other troubles arise. And since a disordered state of the system has a more or less detrimental effect upon the blood, the unborn child may not receive proper nourishment. This is more apt to occur if the worry is of long duration. Transient fears or slight shocks have practically no effect upon the child. Those who believe in the marking of children, or maternal impressions, contend that an emotion of some kind experienced by a pregnant woman may affect the child in some specific manner. For example, fear caused by a drunken man may cause the child to stagger like a drunk person. Even the sight or thought of an abnormality of any kind is said to have a particular influence. For example, the sight of a deformed person may cause deformity in the child, even though the mother was not particularly concerned at the time. If we studied the history of this belief, we would find that it has existed for ages. In old books, numerous cases are recorded to support it, and these same cases are quoted in many modern works. If these stories were open to investigation, they could be easily disproved, and the causes of the abnormalities assigned to reasons more in accord with science. Doubtless our neighbors may be able to quote cases, but these are, as a rule, old wives' tales, pure fictions, or cases embellished by vivid imaginations. The belief is purely superstitious, and has no scientific basis on which to rest. Negative evidence alone should be sufficient to disprove the belief in marks. By birthmarks we exclude small nevi, or strawberry marks occurring on the face or other part of the skin. These are dilations of the blood vessels and are simply slight faults in development which can usually be eradicated. We refer particularly to so-called gross markings, such as idiocy, paralysis, and peculiar mannerisms or features said to have been caused in a definite manner. If it were possible to transmit a maternal impression to the child in the womb, the impression would have to pass by way of the nervous system. The blood does not carry thoughts. As long as the nerves in my arm are intact, I can move my arm when I will to do so. However, if the nerves are damaged, I cannot move the arm, no matter how much blood the arm receives. It so happens that there is no nervous connection between the mother and child. The womb has nerves, of course, but these do not come in contact with the child. Furthermore, the nerves of the womb are not under the control of the will. The only connection between the mother and the child is through the blood, and even the blood does not pass directly from mother to child. Consequently, there is no physiological evidence to support the belief. Experience also shows how fallacious is this idea. Bischoff could not find a single case of maternal impressions in 11,000 confinements. John Hunter stated that all the women who came to a large maternity hospital in London for many years were asked on admission if anything had particularly affected their minds, and their answers were written down. In no case could a relation be found between the recorded answers and the few blemishes discovered on the birth of the children, though the mothers readily thought of something once they learned the nature of the mark. Again, we can learn how little influence mental shocks have on marking the child by reading the reports of Resnick and Pestalozzi, who delivered 60 women who had undergone all the terrors of the last Italian earthquake. Many of these mothers had been buried under ruins for hours, yet all gave birth to living, normal babies. During the late war, countless women saw sights and endured much that certainly should have blemished their unborn children if the theory of marking were true. However, we find no evidence for the theory in these cases. Moreover, we see daily numerous malformations in the animal and vegetable kingdom without attributing them to maternal influences. And if there were anything in the theory of maternal impressions, monstrosities should be the rule and not the exception, considering how impossible it is for a woman to go through a pregnancy without receiving an unfavorable impression of some kind. Of course, it will not be hard to find cases that apparently favor the theory of birthmarks. Yet a little study will disprove them. For example, the writer has encountered an epileptic idiot, said to have been marked by a seal. Study showed that several of his near relatives were epileptic and feeble-minded. Thus, his defect was purely a matter of heredity. A boy who had a staggering gait was said to have been marked by a drunken man. His defect was due to a disease of the brain which causes a drunken-like gait. It is chiefly idiots and imbeciles who are termed marked children, the many peculiarities of these being striking. In a study of 300 defectives, the writer found many said to have been marked, and many of whom showed traits somewhat similar to those of birds, monkeys, dogs, and other animals. However, in not a single instance could a case of marking be proved, and in practically every case the cause could be assigned to a poor heredity, an accident at birth, a disease in early life, etc. If idiots and imbeciles make noises like animals and act like animals, such is because it is characteristic of low-grade defectives to act in this fashion. As a rule, the parents fail to see the resemblance to a certain animal. It is usually a person of a fanciful turn of mind who points it out. Marked children, therefore, do not exist, At least no children blemished because of a maternal impression. If children are born blemished, this can be explained in many ways. Some defects are hereditary. Others are due to diseased conditions of the cells which go to form the child, to faulty development in utero or birth accidents, etc. If a child has an average heredity, and if the mother keeps herself in good health during pregnancy with adequate care before, during, and after confinement, she is practically sure to bring forth a normal child. Since the theory of marking children has no scientific evidence to support it, and since it is disbelieved by those who understand the causes of defective children, there is no reason why the expectant mother should worry herself over the possibility of her child being born blemished. Countless women who have so worried later found that their imaginary troubles never happened. Moreover, she should refuse to listen to those busybodies who seem to find delight in narrating tales of marked children to the expectant mother. If she has any doubts, the family physician is the best person to answer them. Only pleasant thoughts should be entertained, and no matter how fanciful these may be, they are infinitely more likely to be realized than those morbid thoughts which fill the mind of the person who broods about birthmarks. Another fairly common worry of the expectant mother is confinement, as we call the labor and childbirth process itself, because the period is supposed to be accompanied by pains such as are the lot of no one at any other time. If many young wives are tormented by this thought, then we can trace it to the ignorance of such women as seem to delight in causing suffering by their exaggerated tales. Not infrequently, one hears a woman who has borne children say to a youthful person who complains of a toothache, for example, "Oh, that's nothing. Wait till you have a baby." The remark may be intended more or less in jest, but it inspires a great fear and much mental torture. We cannot honestly say that confinement is painless, but we can say honestly that its pains have been much exaggerated. As a rule, the pains of labor last but 12 hours in a primipara, or first-time mother, and they are not constant throughout this time, nor do they cause anything like agony. Many women bear children quite easily, and just because a few have had what is called a hard time, we must consider these the exception and not the rule. If the expectant mother places herself in the hands of a competent obstetrician, and is mindful of the hygiene of pregnancy, she is quite certain to pass through confinement comfortably and safely. Should it so happen that the pains are of an exceptional severity, we may depend upon the physician to ease them. If the expectant mother will refuse absolutely to let the exaggerated tales of crepe hangers bother her, she will not only show wisdom, but find that she has saved herself much futile and needless worry. Daydreams and Ethics. The unsuspected purpose of many daydreams is to find justification for a course of action which the individual considers improper. This action would not be permitted to appear in conscious thought. It is regarded as base, immoral, or not the proper thing. Should it obtain recognition in consciousness in some way, the individual will repress it, as it seems opposed to his better self. If the individual can, however, rob the action of its disagreeable feature, he will permit himself to think of it in its true guise. And it is by daydreams that acts one considers beneath them become cleansed and justifiable. The person is not aware that his daydreams are leading him in such a direction. If told the true purpose of his reveries, he would deny it vehemently. The denial would be honest, for it is the unconscious mind which prompts the reveries, and unless one is skilled in psychology, the many ways in which the unconscious mind works are not recognized. An example may make the above plain. A certain individual has been brought up scrupulously in religious matters. In fact, so much so that small offenses seem heinous. Because of his scrupulousness, he is unable to gratify his pleasurable tendencies, which may be strong. His conscience acts as a check. Possibly, by reason of some offense, which may be relatively slight, he is greatly disturbed over the thought of future punishment. He, for apparently no reason, begins to study evolution, the question of Christ being God, the incompatibility of a merciful God and hell, etc. One usually believes what he wishes to believe, and what is in accord with giving pleasure. Consequently, such things as do not favor previous teachings are colored, and those that uphold them are minimized or excluded from thought. Gradually, the individual builds up his structure, though unaware of what he is building. Finally, he begins to doubt former teachings, then to disbelieve in God, hell, or similar religious matters. Once he arrives at this point, he feels free to act, and there is no longer any check to satisfying his desires. There is no need to fear future punishment. How satisfied and free to seek pleasure the individual will be depends upon how strong a structure his daydreams have erected. If he is not really convinced, he may seek to bolster himself by associating with unbelievers and by trying to win others to his way of thinking. Many agnostics who go about preaching their views are persons who do not believe in God because that belief is not compatible with their selfish interests. They preach because they have not really convinced themselves and wish the support of those they can convert. An almost similar example is to be found in a story by Anatole France, analyzed by Young. This concerns a pious, conscientious priest named Abbe Eger. He spent much of his time thinking, or daydreaming, chiefly over the question of whether or not Judas was damned. Abbe Eger reasoned that since Judas was a necessary instrument for the salvation of the world, God, in his great mercy and justice, would not permit Judas' damnation. Seeking proof of this, he asked for a sign that Judas was saved, and felt a touch on his shoulder while in church. This touch medical men would call a hallucination. Convinced of Judas's salvation, Eger went out into the world preaching God's goodness. So far, the daydreams of Eger appear to be of no moment. They concern themselves with a question which has occupied the minds of many. But when we learn that Eger later left his own church and became a Swedenborgian, we find the true reason for his studying the question. In the back of his mind was the thought that he might some day leave his church. But before he would allow himself to think of this possibility, he sought to justify the contingency. If told that this thought was responsible for his daydreams, he would deny it. He would consider leaving his church a traitorous act. Judas, however, was a traitor and was apparently forgiven. When Eger convinced himself of God's mercy, he became like a Judas and left his church, feeling that he would also be forgiven should he prove a traitor. It is not solely with religious subjects that the daydream we are considering may concern itself. It may relate to domestic issues, business, and many other problems. For example, a woman may, after some years of married life, spend much time thinking or daydreaming of her single days, the suitors she had, the comforts that would be hers had she married someone else, etc. She may think that she is still attractive, and she could marry again if she wished to. Probably she may fancy a certain person. Her daydreams may also concern themselves with the folly of a person sacrificing his or her life just to satisfy false notions of loyalty, etc. The woman may be one who has spent much time, when single, building air castles too lofty for one of her situation to attain, and hence marriage has brought with it disillusionment and disappointment. While her daydreams may have no improper motive behind them, it is logical to assume that they are seeking to justify leaving her husband, which she may do. Her husband may not be a great success, judged by some standards, but he may be true, devoted, and loyal. These facts are likely to be repressed from the daydreams, and, if permitted in clear thought, might have thrown the balance in his favor, and probably would have saved her from unhappiness. The daydream frequently concerns itself with things more directly related to mortals, namely sex material. Sometimes it does so openly, at other times indirectly. This type of daydream is more or less common to the idle. As Osier says, idleness is the mother of lechery. These daydreams are certainly detrimental and enslaving, and thoughts of such nature will be strictly tabooed unless one wishes to court moral disaster. If we indulge in daydreams, then let us cogitate as to where they may be taking us and the motive behind them. As we have seen, they sometimes work in a very subtle manner, with the objective of justifying a course of action which our better natures believe to be improper. If we allow the justification to be arrived at, we will possibly succumb to the arguments brought forward, and it is very likely that the arguments will be faulty. It is, of course, not always easy to ascertain the underlying reason for various thoughts, since the reason is often hidden. However, if we find ourselves thinking often of the same thing, and in a manner not favorable to that thing, we will do well to try to understand why we are particularly concerned with that question, and when we do, so we should not damn back any unpleasant thoughts that come to mind, but employ directive or logical thinking when they appear. If we spend much time seeking justification before we undertake a certain action, or if we are inclined to a certain action after a long period of dwelling upon it, we should ponder as to the propriety of this action. This applies chiefly to actions which, at some former period, we would have considered impossible for us. In any case, we should bear in mind the fact that daydreams are not always innocent, that they are truly the enemies of our better selves at times. Self-honesty is, after all, the first requisite for ethical human relations, as the Bard of Avon reminds us. This, above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day. Thou canst not then be false to any man. Effect on daily life. As with night dreams, daydreams have an influence on our daily activities of which we are unaware, the significant as well as the insignificant. We have before considered their usefulness should they stimulate the individual to accomplish a noble purpose. However, their hidden purpose is to achieve the impossible in many cases, and the result is that the dreamer becomes a vainglorious or otherwise disliked person. Many of those who affect the grand manners of the lady of leisure do so simply because they are unconsciously acting as would be their wont if their fancies came true. Others affect a certain style of talk, or patronizing air, a hoity-toity walk, expect servility from everyone, and are domineering, etc., for the reason that, unknown to themselves, they are acting as if their daydreams were fulfilled. Professor Bleuler, in speaking of autistic thinking, which is synonymous with daydreaming, calls attention to the similarity of thought between the insane person and the daydreamer. He tells about an insane inmate of an asylum, a little ungainly creature reared in poverty who enters a room in a country hotel, and who can only be removed by force because he expects at any moment the arrival of the Queen of Holland, who wishes to marry him. Professor Bleuler says, quoting, "The thinking of this patient, which represents a very common type, appears to be sheer nonsense. He imagines something absolutely impossible, and what is more, he believes it to be reality. Its contradictions to reality do not exist for him. If, however, we don't touch these things, the patient seems to be quite reasonable. He works all the week like a healthy man, and goes for a walk on Sundays like ordinary people. Here he thinks rightly and reckons reality as it is. His thinking, therefore, is not disturbed in all directions. Moreover, there is method in his madness. To marry a princess would naturally be the height of human happiness to any unfortunate devil. Our fairy tales testify to this, and it is just a fairy tale with which our friend has to do, only after a somewhat different fashion than with us rational mortals. He does not tell a fairy tale, he does not read one, he lives his fairy tale. Let us hold this in our minds, and it will bring the abnormal man nearer to us healthy ones. Each of us also has his fairy tale. He does not need, usually, believe himself to live it. Only when he is quite alone and his thoughts are let loose does it come to light. The man is then rich, attractive, healthy, and handsome. He always chooses those advantages in which he is most hopelessly lacking. Directly reality gains its sway, the plaything will be thrust hastily back into the cupboard, where it is hidden not only from strangers but from the owner himself. For once outside the dream, he is not at all aware how far he can really identify himself with its characters. But perhaps I have said too much. The cupboard into which the toy is put is our own brain, and it never shuts tight. Without our noticing it, the imprisoned fairy very often stretches out a hand. She guides our taste in the choice of a tie. She guides our hand when we make the flourish to our signature. By our bearing, the choice of our phraseology, she shows the expert the trend of our aspirations. We stand, therefore, far nearer than would have at first sight appeared to the lunatic, whose vagrant thoughts struck us just now so forcibly. At any rate, the difference is only a relative one, and when we look more closely we find amongst all normal people many and important instances where thought is divorced from both logic and reality." Unquote. This does not mean, of course, that insanity is apt to result from mere daydreaming. It does show, however, that we have little cause to ridicule the insane, as many of us do. Each of us has thoughts as fantastic. The insane person acts his daydreams more or less constantly. He does not distinguish their unreality. We who are normal are able to shut out the fairies, and to bring ourselves back to the real world. Unlike some of the insane, our dreams do not so gain the upper hand that we no longer attend to the wants of nature. The lunatic, who spends the greater part of his time gazing apparently at nothing, who speaks to none, who must be fed and cleansed, does so because a fairy tale is being acted in his mind, in which he is taking part, and where he is attending to everything. The tale seems real to him. His world is the fairy world. Nevertheless, scarcely any of us can shut out the fairies without a sigh, perhaps a regret. And sometimes, because the actual world is not at all like the dream world, we become bitter and discontented. Also, because the fairies are gradually getting the upper hand, we act in real life as if we were living in the world where wishes had come true. Because we assume grand manners, expect to be catered to, etc., we become out of harmony with our fellows when our station in life denies such rights. Consequently, we are disliked and unpopular. Daydreams, then, have an influence upon our everyday acts. They also have an influence upon our success. Every girl desires to be popular, yet if she allows her reveries to gain so much control that she assumes airs much out of place for one of her station, she will hardly be so. Nor will she rise to such a state if daydreams which must remain unfulfilled render her envious. Every man probably desires to be a leader, to have a strong personality, a strong will. There are, of course, many persons who are naturally of a quiet disposition, who prefer the quiet places, and to whom we are indebted for art and literary creations. In fact, daydreams are apt to be particularly useful to these individuals. However, if a man's work requires that he mingle with men and compete with them, he must have strength if he is to become a leader. As Charles Peitz, himself a great leader, said in a magazine article in The American, quoting, "Let me say right here, as strongly and emphatically as it can possibly be said, that the foundation stone of all executive ability is moral courage. If you have all the other qualifications, resourcefulness, personality, vision, technical knowledge, judgment, and all the mental speed in the world, and you lack the moral courage, the backbone, or as it is vulgarly but expressively termed, the guts, to make your own decisions on your own responsibility, you are no executive. I don't care what you are doing, nor how you're doing it. This is the touchstone and proving ground of all executive ability." Unquote. The habitual daydreamer is not usually one who perseveres, who fights discouragement and opposition, or who is aggressive. True, a person may be too aggressive, but a certain amount of self-confidence and push is necessary for success. The daydreamer is a leader only in his thoughts. He is unable to stand the trials and buffetings of the real world, and so he jumps the real world and becomes forceful in his dreams. The more he dreams, the more retiring he becomes, and the more he is wounded by the hard places of the real world. He prefers the solitude, and thus misses the education gained in the school of hard knocks, where the world's workers are the teachers. He is apt to have violent likes and dislikes, and to be quarrelsome, because his wishes do not come true as easily in the real world as they do in the dream world. he is apt to make ludicrous and fatal mistakes, because his willpower, his judgment, and his perseverance weaken. For in the dream world, there are no problems to be solved. He is likely to be of the so-called shut-in personality. He avoids his fellows, and may see something directed against himself in everything said or done. Since he cannot master his thoughts, since he is their slave, he can hardly master men. For the first step to progress is to master one's self. As a rule, it is the daydreamer who occupies the lower rungs of the ladder in the business world. He is the person who does not get ahead because his time is spent in wool gathering. The hours that should be given to the work at hand are broken repeatedly by thoughts of how the baseball game is going, the fine time he had last night or expects to have, anything more pleasurable than the work he is supposed to be doing. Day in and out, fancies or reveries steal away hours that really belong not to the worker, but to the employer. Success rarely comes to the castle builder, to clock watchers, or to those who dream away other people's time. It does come, however, to those who give their employers full measure, and who apply themselves faithfully to their work. Success does not single out the smart men particularly. It most always falls on the lot of the plodder, the loyal worker. He who, if he dreams, dreams constructively, and with a practical slant. It is he who lives in real castles in later years, while his fellows are still inhabitants of dreams. Effects on health. Ordinary daydreams do not, as a rule, have a pronounced influence on the health of the average person. Should chronic discontent with one's state result from them naturally, they may have the same detrimental effect as continued worry, for discontent is a form of worry. In some persons, however, daydreams are the basis for various nervous ills. The manner in which daydreams act in these cases is rather complicated, however, and we will not discuss the question here. We know by experience that blindness of a hysterical nature, paralysis, deafness, aphonia, and other ills have resulted from reveries. For example, one man who wished not to see his wife any longer had his wish gratified by becoming blind. In this way, his wish came true. Of course, such effects are not real. That is, such wishes are not accompanied by any organic changes, and are removable as a general thing. In certain persons, reveries obtain so much of a hold that they control the individual, rendering his state an unhappy one. Dr. Brill, in his Psychanalysis, mentions the case of an intelligent young woman who, from time to time, lived through a particular fancy. Quoting, "She imagined herself married to a tall, handsome, and very wealthy man. She had 3 children, the like of whom did not exist. She lived in a beautiful yacht, and entertained only such people as she and her husband really liked. This state of blissful happiness existed for a few days, during which she was happy and contented. Then the whole structure was crumbled. The husband and children died, and she was left alone in terrible depression, lasting for days. She assured me that her reactions were very vivid and real, being mindful, however, that it was only a fancy." Unquote. Such an effect from reveries is exceptional, though it is always possible for those who are of a very emotional temperament, and particularly females. Consequently, discretion should prompt these persons to employ realistic thinking more, and autistic thinking less. From what has been written, it is hoped the reader will not assume that an attempt is being made to discourage daydreaming entirely. One who made an effort to do this would labor unnecessarily in vain. Without his daydreams, man's lot would be practically unbearable. And as George Harvey remarks, if they are taken out of life, what is left but husks? But, like all things, daydreams can be used wisely or harmfully. If they are moderate, if reasonable, if they help the achievement of something possible, if not antagonistic to one's better self, if they inspire hope, and if accompanied by actual work, their effects are apt to be favorable. On the other hand, if they render us malcontents, disturb our health, happiness, or integrity, they are certainly our enemies. If we have daydreams, then let us occasionally pause to consider how much time we devote to them, their nature, their object, their effect on our disposition, our character or ability, and many other things that they may influence favorably or unfavorably. Daydreams are far from being fancies, which can be blown away like smoke, and can be considered as existing no more once out of mind. Nothing dies, not even thoughts. Therefore, if we wish to go forward as adults mentally, reveries will always be under our control. We will be their masters, not their docile subjects. Thus ends The Psychology of Dreams by William Sebastian Walsh, M.D., originally published in 1920, edited for modern English, republished, and now read aloud in 2021 by Benjamin Davidson, DreamWizard. If you have enjoyed this work, please consider purchasing a physical copy from Amazon. Thanks for listening.